It seems our providers of our food here at this asylum decided to take their sweet time. As such, we had to wait. But we are now ready. So, let's get started. Bear with me one moment, and then we will start our very awesome stream tonight. I did get extra stories tonight from several amazing authors. So, sit back and relax and enjoy. So, alrighty, so I believe the first story we'll do tonight is going to be from an author called Googly Eyes 93. It is his information is linked into the description that way. You guys can provide any donations if you so choose, or at least support his YouTube channel. He is an amazing author. I am actually thrilled to be reading several of his stories tonight. So, let's get started. So, as we all know, we are here in the asylum. You have probably been brought here against your will, but I'm sure there's a few of you have voluntarily committed yourselves. But while you're here, at least allow me to entertain you. You certainly can't leave. At least for now. While you're here, allow me to introduce myself. I am Beyond 5150, the inpatient of this asylum, and I will be your sovereign of the spine-tingling, your master of the macabre, your purveyor of the petrifying. I will tell you stories you will wish you had never heard, and try as you might, you won't find your happy place here. So just accept your current circumstances, and accept the hair raising on your neck, the goosebumps, the chills. Oh, and there's no milk and cookies. Tonight, we will start our story. Again, as I said before, written by Googly Eyes 93. His information, again, is in the description below. This story is titled, Like Waves, We Return to the Sea. Have you ever just sat on a beach, watching the waves crashing into the shore and retreating back out to sea? Have you noticed driftwood or shells being dragged out, not knowing where they end up next? Every morning I sit here, looking out into the ocean where the gray sky meets the dark water on the horizon. I wait to see one of them wash in with the tide, drifting up onto the hard-packed sand. As soon as I see them, I run from my position, grabbing them and dragging their limp bodies further up the beach, laying them to rest in the soft sand near the brush-filled dunes. And that's when I set to work. It's a ritual I've performed since I was a child, being trained by my father, just like his father before him. I look down at the naked body. It's always different. Sometimes a man, sometimes a woman, ranging from a younger adult to decrepit and old. Some have been thin, some obese. One drifter was missing a leg, making the ritual a little difficult to perform in its entirety. I make do, though. I lay them on their backs, feet facing the land, and head to the water, their arms stretched out to their sides in a crucifix position. I know I have to work quickly before they wake up, I've never had the misfortune of seeing it before, but I have been told the stories of what happens if they wake before the ritual is complete. The entire island could be erased in the blink of an eye. Generations of work, my bloodline, all for naught. I'm getting distracted, sorry. The ritual. While in the crucifix position, I start the runes, beginning with each hand and foot. I carve the same sequence, going inward towards the body, from the tips of the fingers and toes, moving counterclockwise from the left hand to the feet, and finishing with the right hand. The work is methodical. My knife moves with a determined precision, honed with 20 years of practice. Their blood flows blue, staining the sands with an almost neon hue. The scent of ammonia lingers with it. When every limb has been carved, I start at the top of the head, moving from the small bump in the middle of their forehead down toward the chest. They bleed much more when I get to the neck, as one of the runes must cut across the jugular. Their blood sprays, leaving a shower on the surrounding sand. Some days it mixes with a drizzle of rain, creating a bluish mist that floats across the beach. Finally, the runes are finished. The ritual, it's almost complete. I lay my knife down and wipe my hand across the drifter's throat, making sure I have enough blood to finish. I wipe their blood across my own forehead, leaving a horizontal line above my eyes, then drawing a vertical line under each eyes. This is my war paint. I alone stand against these terrors, protecting my island community, and by extension, the world. The preparations are done. I pick the knife up once more and walk to meet the crashing waves. The final step. My hand dips under the salt water, opening with my palm up. The waves crash in, and as soon as they begin to be pulled back to the sea, I swipe the knife across, letting my own blood flow freely and mix with the water. This is the final offering. The plea to whatever gods rule the sea to end this monstrosity and keep us safe. The salt water stings as I bring my hand back up, the cold air adding to that pain. My feet slide across the sand as I walk back to the drifter. Lifting the knife, still dripping with a mix of my blood and salt water, I plunge it to the middle of the drifter's chest, into the diaphragm. Same reaction every time. Their eyes snap open, a final desperate gasp for air. All in vain. I've severed the muzzle that allows them to draw breath. They slowly drown as whatever blood is left in them fills their lungs, screaming in curses in a language I don't understand. When the ritual is done and the last spasms go through the bodies, I grab a can of gasoline and the herbs I keep in a small shack on the beach. I douse the body, setting it alight and throwing the herbs on top. Like sage for cleansing spirits, the bundle of lavender and catnip smolders, sending wisps of their scent through the air. With this, the drifter is cleansed and the island safe once more. I head back to the village, taking the beaten, carved path into the brush by the generations before me. I exchanged nice pleasantries with others as I passed by. They thank me for what I do, protecting them from the drifters. I simply nod, telling them it's my duty, nothing more. I make my way to the village square, heading into the courthouse at the other end. Briggs, our mayor, is waiting for my daily report. He looks up from the papers he's signing as I walk into the room. "Raleigh, how are you today? Any happenings at the shore?" He shuffles the papers aside and leans back in his seat, motioning to the chair across from him. I sit down in the stiff leather chair, hearing it squeak under me. There was one, older male. They're coming more often these days. This is the third this week. When I started 20 years ago, we got one every 2 weeks or so. Should we be worried, sir? His brow furrowed with worry. He was an older gentleman, at least 60. He had lived on the mainland for a while before coming back to the island in his younger years, world-weary and in disbelief at what we had to worry about compared to the outside world. They knew nothing of the drifters, the dangers they posed to our world, the heretic god they served. We'll certainly need to keep an eye on it. The records show the more show up preceding times of troubles. The earliest we have on record preceded the Black Plague. They were at an average of 2 drifters per day, with the highest number being 5 washing up at once. Your post was manned by 5 watchers around the clock, making sure none went uncleansed. We must be vigilant. Make sure this doesn't come a problem like then. Do you think there could be something terrible on the horizon? I asked. I was the only one trained in the ritual. My father had me to help when he was my age, and his fathers and brothers before him. But I was alone. I had taken no wife, had no children, and my only brother was killed as a child. They began washing up more often. I was the only defense. As of yet, there's no way to tell. We simply must pay attention. Find someone from the village that shows promise. Take them to be trained. You may need help. He answered and waved me off. I got up to walk out. Raleigh. I turned back, giving him a questioning look. He dug around his desk drawer before withdrawing a long, thin blade in a black scabbard. He pulled the blade out of the sheath by a few inches, showing me a startling, pristine edge with the runes I used inscribed on it. He sheathed it again and handed it over to me. This has been handed down from elder to elder. If the time comes when there are too many, use this. It allows the ritual to be bypassed. I bowed and thanked him as I took the saber. In all my research and learning about my position, I've never heard of this. We'd always been told the ritual is the only way. I headed out and back to my house, lost in thought as I walked. I was shaken from my daydreaming by screaming coming from down the path, the direction of the shore. Raleigh! Raleigh! Vale, one of the teenagers. She was shouting for me in a panicked voice, fear rising to overtake any other emotion. Quick! You have to get to the shore! What's going on? I stopped her as she ran up, panting for breath. She leaned over and grabbed her knees, gasping. Another one! Drifter! Some of the kids were playing in the water, and it washed up, she wheezed. Shit! I didn't even wait for her to finish. When she said drifter, I took off running, sprinting with all the energy I had. They've never washed up past noon, rarely after daybreak even. 2 in one day? This is bad. If one wakes up while I'm not there, ruin would follow. Thankfully, it wasn't far to the shore. As I passed over the dunes, I saw the children gathered around it. The drifter this time appeared to be a woman, old and covered in wrinkles. One of the children had a stick of driftwood they were using to poke at it, nudging it as the waves lapped around. Stop! I shouted, waving my arms as the children continued poking. They looked toward me, a quizzical glint in their eyes. Get the fuck away from it! It happened in slow motion. The drifter's eyes opened. Their unearthly green hue, like emeralds reflecting a blue sea, shined through the haze. I saw the sharp teeth bare themselves and the hands reached for the nearest child. Long claws tore the skin, and red blood mixed with ocean spray. I heard the boy scream in pain before turning to a low gurgle as the blood filled his throat instead. I wasn't thinking. Instinct took over, and I drew the blade I had just been given. The runes reflected the gray sky, the sharp edge of the blade shining like the sea. I jumped at the drifter and plunged the blade between its neck and shoulder, stabbing downward through the chest and into the gut. It let out a high screech, and the wind around picked up, intense howling echoing the drifter's cry. The ocean churned in response, sea foam churning into madness where calm, small waves were before. "Fucking die!" I screamed. I plunged my hand down into the wound, covering it with blood and painting my face with it. I withdrew the sword, quickly slicing my palm and dipping it into an incoming wave. The drifter screamed again. Clouds moved in, erasing any light that was left. The weather turned from a gray morning to a small hurricane in moments. I knew this had to end quickly. In one deft movement, I stabbed upward, bringing the blade out of the water and impaling the creature right in target. The screams died out along with the wind. Peace. I returned to the shoreline. I sat there for a moment, collecting myself before turning to look at the gore mixed with the ocean. Poor boy. His throat, torn out, had passed. I took him in my arms and carried him up to dry sand before going back and gathering the drifter's body. I covered the boy with my coat and the creature with gasoline. I wanted it to feel the flames of hell. I sat and watched it burn for a while. Long after the local doctor had come and taken the boy, his mother screaming in grief as she watched, I couldn't come up with words to say. I was sorry. I was supposed to protect these people. I was the one that should be dead. When the last ashes had fizzled out, I still remained, thinking to myself, what could be done to prevent this from happening again? I didn't know it would only get worse from here. There were 2 more this morning. I was waiting, watching the sea thrash and roll. I'm not sure when I drifted off. The same nightmare that kept me up the night before covered me again, leaving me in fits. I saw the boy's corpse lying in the waves, blood being pulled out with the sea foam. Suddenly, the clouds started rolling in, wind whipping up sand and spray. I saw lightning flash down in the shoreline and felt the thunder boom in my chest immediately after. Something was coming. The waves grew taller with each one that crashed to the shore. When I looked closer, I saw that it wasn't just water hitting the shore. Drifters, hundreds of them, all tangled into each other in the waves, piling on top of each other as they hit the shore. Levees made of bodies started to block the waves. Suddenly the sky opened up above me. The wind stopped. The ocean calmed. The drifters lay in their piles, sleeping like the dead. The eye of the storm. Just as soon as it started, it was over. 1,000,000 eyes snapped open at once. Their screams layered each other, creating an unholy chorus as they awoke and began flooding inland. Right before the flood, I caught a glimpse of the horizon. Gray clouds mired above rolling waves. Through the rain and wind, I could see something moving against the sky, wading through the depths of the water towards my home. I had seen pictures of skyscrapers, and this dwarfed them. Just as it began to come clear through the sheets of rain, a bolt of lightning struck in front of it. I woke up with a start, jumping from the sand, looking in the direction it had been. The flood was gone. The day was still gray, but still just a dream. I shook the sleep from my eyes and resumed my vigil. I spotted one washing in with the waves, male, middle-aged. Other than the bump in the middle of the forehead and the long, claw-like nails, he could have passed for a normal islander. I set to work and was almost done with the carving when I heard a voice behind me. "There's another one." I looked up, startled. Nobody else came out here this early. After what happened, I didn't think anyone would ever come here again. I was surprised even more to see that it was Vale, now nodding towards the shore a ways to my left. I followed her gaze and saw another motionless form crumpled there, sea foam washing over it. "Damn it all," I muttered. Time to kill two birds with one stone. I left the one I was working on and walked over to the new arrival. Before grabbing this one, I dunked my hand into the water and sliced my palm, completing this part of the ritual ahead of time. As I began to drag the body back towards the first drifter, Vale ran up and grabbed the other arm, helping me along. "It wasn't your fault, you know," she said, grunting with exertion. "I was nearby when they found it. I should have told them to get away before it came to you. I didn't even think that they would do something like that." "Don't blame yourself," I replied, letting go of the new drifter and kneeling down next to the first. I took out my knife and plunged it into the diaphragm. The piercing scream began, then died out quickly. The new drifter didn't stir. "If they're showing up more than often, you're going to need my help," she said, still watching as I doused the first one and struck the match. "Teach me. I can handle it." I didn't answer her, but threw the match down and started carving the new drifter. Small sizzles could be heard as the ocean spray and light rain hit the burning body. I could still feel Vale's eyes on me, intently watching my hands work the knife through skin, carving my legacy in a living canvas. When the runes were done, I beckoned her to follow me to the water. She stood beside me as the waves lapped over our feet. I looked out at the gray sky and rolling seas, remembering the moment my father had brought me out here, how he had carved the runes and walked me out to the water. "Have you ever lost someone, Vale?" I asked her. She seemed taken back by the question at first, and looked down at the water as she pondered it. "You knew my mother," she said. "You know I lost her." "You didn't know your mother. She died giving birth to you. Have you ever lost someone you truly knew and loved?" I shot back. "Then no. I guess I haven't." I sighed and unholstered my knife, turning towards her. "If you take this on, you will lose someone you love, maybe more than one. That's what we give up in order to protect the island. Are you prepared to take that on?" She seemed scared. I couldn't really blame her. She saw the aftermath of what happened yesterday. She knew what we were dealing with. But underneath the fear, there was desperation. Desperation to prove her strength and protect others. "I am," she finally answered after staring out at the forming waves. "What do I have to do?" "You're not of my bloodline. There are certain cases where others can be allowed in to take over." I looked down at my hand, the cut already clotted with blood. I swept the knife across to reopen it. "Come. We have to go further out." When we were waist deep in the water, I handed her the knife. "Cut your palm and hold it open," I said. She winced as the sharp edge of the steel sliced her hand. The blood flowed quickly, dripping into the water, leaving a red cloud. I held my hand above hers, making a fist and squeezing so a trickle of blood fell into her cut. I then opened my own palm, placing it flat on hers so our cuts aligned, and took her hand under the water. She drew a quick, deep breath through her teeth as the salt water hit open flesh, but composed herself quickly. I, Raleigh Chorus, do hereby pass my bloodline on to Vale Jensen. Having no living children, and having taken no wife, I realize that any day my bloodline may die and our cleansing end. Vale has offered herself as a tribute to the oceans, pledging to protect the island and all inhabiting it from the drifters and the heretical gods they served. Do you accept this duty, Vale? Yes, she replied. I motioned for her to walk further into the water, letting go of her hand. She looked at me, asking, "How far?" "Until the sea takes you," I replied. She nodded, walking further. At about 10 meters out, she was completely engulfed, going under the water. She came up moments later, walking back to my position. Her usually wild, curly hair was now limp and soaked around her shoulders. She shined with a new purpose as she rejoined me. You are aware that with this acceptance, you may never leave this island, being the first and last defense against the unknown. You know that the ocean requires a heavy toll for your service and the power bestowed upon you. Do you still accept? I hoped she would say no, but knew it in my heart she couldn't. It was the same feeling I had thinking back to when I took the oath, my father standing in my place. Once you had the notion to take on this duty, it never left you. Yes, she said again. Vale Jensen, by my power and authority, being the last remaining of my bloodline, I surrender you to the sea. Today, you are born anew in the salt and brine of the ocean. I withdrew my hand from the water, turning my fingers down so this mix of salt water and blood coated my fingertips. I drew the rune of rebirth on her face, a clockwise spiral ending in a smaller spiral spinning counterclockwise from the center. The ever-flowing dichotomy of life in the sea. I swear to serve my life, she replied, giving a small bow. We'll start your training tomorrow, I told her. For now, I'll finish this ritual. You will walk back to the village and stand in the square until I return. Tell anyone that asks you are now my apprentice. Yes, sir, she said, walking back up the beach. I sighed as she left. Taking myself back up to where the newest drifter lay in the sand, I kneeled next to it, hefting my knife once more. I placed it above the diaphragm, one hand holding it steady, while the other was poised above it, ready to thrust downward. I bowed my head, closing my eyes and whispering a prayer. Protect her. Let me be the father to her I could never be with my own daughter, I muttered. My hand raised up, tensing at the expectation of pain when it hit the knife handle. I was more surprised to feel a hand on my wrist as it moved downward. My eyes snapped open to see the drifter grabbing on, holding my hand back. Our numbers are infinite, it said. We serve, and we will be rewarded. We will devour you, drown you in the blood of your loved ones. We are as vast as the ocean, and relentless as the waves. We will break you. The pure hatred in its eyes terrified me. I had never seen anything like it. Pure, dripping spite. It bore through my skin, into my soul. It despised me, and that cold, unfeeling stare almost seemed to freeze the entire world. I forced myself to move as it opened its mouth wide to scream, making the wind pick up and clouds go dim. My other hand plunged the knife end. Its screams turned to wet gurgles as it drowned, choking on blood. I fell back in the sand, shaking. After what seemed like eternity, I pulled the knife from its chest and got the gas can and the herbs, beginning the final step of cleansing. I didn't stay to make sure the fire was put out, but instead rushed back up to the path to the village, stopping at the first person I saw. "Hello, Raleigh. Anything I can do for you?" he said. I don't remember his name, but recognized him from the butcher shop in town. "I need you to go to the shore, keep watch. If any wash up, come get me. I'll be speaking to Briggs in his office." He looked at me quizzically, not quite understanding why I would want an untrained person watching the shore. I ended up losing my temper. "Just fucking go!" He tore off up the path, leaving a dust cloud behind them. I rushed into the square, grabbing Vale, who was standing in the middle, chatting with some of the village women who were congratulating her. We barged into the office, to Briggs' surprise. "Raleigh, you didn't tell me you had chosen an apprentice already. I should have had final I cut him off before he finished. "What the fuck is happening, Briggs?" I shouted, causing both him and Vale to wince in return. "One of those damn things grabbed me and it fucking spoke. You've never spoken before." His eyes grew wide. I could see Vale bring a hand to her mouth next to me. Briggs sat back in his chair, reaching into a drawer and pulling out a tall bottle filled with dark amber. He produced 3 glasses from the same drawer and started pouring. "I'm sorry for overstepping your authority," he said, raising the glass to his lips and sloshing half of it down his shirt from shaking hands. "I had hoped this wouldn't happen while I was in charge. Guess I hoped for too much." He drained his glass, then got up and walked over to the portrait on the wall. Pulling the portrait up and setting it down on the floor, he revealed a large safe behind it. He opened it and pulled out a large, leather-bound book, yellowed with age. The next item he revealed was an old flintlock pistol. "Everything you'll need to know is in there," he said, motioning to the book. "I'm sorry, but it's just too much." He raised the gun to his temple and cocked the hammer. I barely had time to grab Vale and avert her eyes when he pulled the trigger. Warm blood, sharp skull fragments sprayed over us. The past 24 hours have been a blur. I only remember walking Vale out into the square, both of us splattered with blood and gray matter. Everyone looking at us, some screaming, some crying. I sat Vale down on a bench and motioned for a nearby woman to come over. "Take care of her. If she's not in shock yet, she will be soon," I said, and then turned to walk back into the village. "Also, call for the doctor. I'll need his help moving Briggs." The smell had already gotten bad inside. Copper. Sharp. It took me by surprise after dealing with the ammonia mixed with the blood of the drifters for so long. I looked down at Briggs' body, small whiffs of steam rising from the open wound as cold air drafted in. "Cowardly fucking bastard," I muttered to his body. For probably the first time since my father brought me out to the beach, I was scared. I had seen the soul drain from Briggs' face when I told him about the drifter speaking. He knew things I never did. Things that he didn't want to face. But what? The book was still lying on the desk where he had left it, now covered in a messy layer of gore. I grabbed a nearby cloth and wiped it clean, trying my best to get all the pieces of brain and skull off. Runes were emblazoned on the cover, some I had never seen before. I opened the book and began reading. The pages were old and yellowed, with spots here and there from where the ink had spilled and what I think was blood. There were illustrations of drifters making detailed notes of their anatomy and physiological traits. The next page showed the rune configurations as well as the carving for the ritual. I had just begun to flip through another when there was a knock at the door.
Raleigh, what happened over here?
Gareth, our local doctor, was standing in the doorway, a handkerchief held over his face. He gazed around the room in horror before settling on Briggs' body.
Oh, God. Briggs.
You know anything about all of this? I asked him, drawing his eyes to the book. He shook his head, looking instead at the flintlock pistol still clutched in Briggs' hand.
So he did this to himself?
Yeah. Told him about the drifter that just spoke while I was doing the ritual. He handed me this book and blew his goddamn brains out. I haven't seen anyone that terrified since, well...
Your brother.
Garrick finished my thought.
Go, Raleigh. I'll take care of this. I know this brings back painful memories for you.
He moved from the doorway, revealing that Vale was standing behind him, still with that look of shock on her face. I snatched the book off the desk and walked briskly out, grabbing her arm and turning her from the grisly scene. There were tear tracks through the blood in her face. We walked in silence toward her home. When we finally reached it, I sent her inside to clean up and sat on the porch to look further into the book. The first half seemed to be all things I already knew about the ritual, the drifter's anatomy, the cipher of the runes. Then something different caught my eye. It was another illustration, but this one of a human. Multiple drawings of the same person, but with subtle changes between each one. Initially, it was a lengthening of nails and teeth, small gills growing near the nape of the neck, then the eyes turning. I don't know what they used to capture the color of the eyes in the illustration, but it was hauntingly lifelike. The next page held notes and more illustrations. Large ships at sea during a storm being rocked by waves. A figure standing in the water towering above them. Then the ships being torn asunder by wind and surf. One survivor of cargo ship Fate's Rest, a man by the name of William Stetler, noted that before the ship sank, he witnessed a looming giant on the horizon. I remember my dream, the giant looming behind the waves of drifters, a general commanding his army. Stetler swears he saw this figure smash the ships with its own hands, causing all on board to fall into the water. Here he says they were set upon by people that looked just like them, save for a small bump on their foreheads and elongated claws and teeth. Stetler says these figures would drag the surviving crew and passengers under the water, never to resurface. The book went on to explain how Stetler had survived. He was knocked out by a plank of wood hitting him in the water and managed to wash up on the island, much like the drifters do. When the watchman on the shore at the time found him, he was almost cleansed with the ritual, only saved because his blood was red instead of blue. It's safe to say, this was a surprise to the watchman. Stetler joined the watch through marriage eventually, choosing to stay on the island instead of going back to his home on the mainland. He is responsible for one of the greatest breakthroughs in our understanding of the drifters. 10 years after the accident, and Stetler was on duty keeping watch one morning, when a drifter washed in. He moved to retrieve it as he normally would, but was frozen with fear upon looking at the face. Vale walked back outside, looking at me with concern as she wrung water from her hair. "What are we gonna do?" she asked, sitting down next to me. I didn't answer, still reading and rereading the same sentence. Stetler recognized his brother, Jacob Stetler, who he had last seen being dragged under the surface 10 years previous. He hadn't aged, and the only difference was the small bump on his head. "Vale," I said, looking at her, "there are things I'm still learning, along with you, things that may cause me to falter in the coming days and weeks. I need you to promise me, if I hesitate, you will step in and finish the job." "I promise," said Vale, still looking concerned. "What's going to happen, Raleigh?" Just then, someone came running up the path shouting my name. I recognized the same man I had stationed at the shore. Out of breath, wild-eyed. Please come quick! He's going into the village!" He stopped in front of the house, panting and shaking. "Calm down! What the hell do you mean?" I asked, jumping from my chair. "How did you know I was here?" "Doc Gareth told me you were taking Vale home. I saw Briggs." He almost looked like he was going to vomit when he said it, thinking of the mess in Briggs' office. "A drifter washed up on shore. I watched it and started coming to get you, but then, it spoke to me. It asked where you were, Raleigh." "Fucking hell," I said, beginning to gather my things and start back toward the village. He stopped me again before I could walk off. "No, Raleigh, this one, it ain't like the others," he said, waving his hands frantically in front of him. "It's him, Raleigh. I don't know how, but it's him." "Who? God damn it, who is it?" Vale was shouting at him now, trying to make sense of this whole situation. "River," the man whispered, looking at the ground. I stopped dead in my tracks. I couldn't move. There's no way it could be him. He was gone, dead. His body was never found. This guy just didn't remember what he looked like. Yeah, he was confused. "Who the hell is River?" Vale asked, getting impatient at the lack of answers. I turned to look at her, grabbing the rune-inscribed blade from my bag in the process. I handed it over to her. "You don't know the ritual yet, and I may not be able to see this one through," I said. "Will anyone please tell me what's going on? I can't help when I'm in the fucking dark here." Vale was practically screaming now, tearing at her hair. "Who the fuck is River? And why are you so worried about him?" I felt tears forming in my eyes as I looked at her. Hot bile burned in my throat, and I almost choked on the words as they came up. River was my brother. Silence smothered us as we walked back to the village square. I was beyond lost. It hit me when I read the book that something like this could be possible. I didn't think it would happen this soon. Vale was certainly worried, shooting me looks of concern between looking down at the blade I had given her. Finally, she spoke. "What do you mean he was your brother? What happened?" I knew she needed to know. Knew that she was the only one asking so she could be prepared. I resented it all the same. I had grieved River since the day I lost him. It was only compounded by losing Dad days later. Did my dad know about this? Is that why he did what he did? Makes sense you don't remember it. You would have been very young, I finally replied, words sounding as if they were coming from far away. River was out with Dad and I one day keeping watch. He was playing in the water while Dad and I were patrolling. He was there one second and gone the next. I don't know if it was a riptide or something else. He was just gone. So you never found his body? Vale whispered. I could feel the chill in her voice. She realized where this was going. That was 12 years ago, Vale. He was 6 years old. We never found him. There was a noticeable shakiness in my voice as I started to say what I feared. Dad blamed himself. Or maybe he knew the truth. Either way, he killed himself that night. Rocked right out to the beach, stood in the waves, and slashed his own throat. Dear God, Vale let out a small gasp. I found him there the next morning. The tide was going out when he did it, so he didn't wash away. He was just laying there in a tide pool of his own blood. My voice cracked, remembering that day. I could still feel the cold rain stinging as it hit my skin, the wind scraping my face. Sitting in the pool of his blood, shaking him, hoping he would wake up. I just sat there until I saw a new drifter wash up. And then I had a duty. Something I was the only one fit for. Only I could do. Until now. The village square was in sight now. I could see a crowd of people gathered around, all holding on to each other and staring at something in the middle. I stopped in the path, causing Vale to almost run into me. She hefted the blade in its sheath and looked at me expectantly as I turned to her. Remember what I told you. Step in if you falter. She nodded to me as she said it. If she was scared, she wasn't going to show it. Her gray eyes, like the steel of the blade. She was well suited for this. If I make any sign of weakness, not being able to do this, kill it, I said, reaffirming. If it can't make, I can't promise emotion won't get the better of me. If I move to stop you, cut me down. Rally! She looked shocked at this, but the resolve returned moments later. Okay. We walked the remaining 100 yards or so to the square, the crowd parting as we came. As the last of them moved, I could see what they had been staring at. A boy, no older than the day he disappeared, standing in the middle of the square. He had the signature bump of the drifters, the pointed fingernails and teeth. Nothing had changed. He still had the short, cropped haircut Dad had given him just days before he had disappeared. And yeah, I could see the small slits in his neck where gills had taken shape. He gave me a sharp smile as I approached. You grew up, he said. His voice more guttural than I remembered, the innocence The child's voice was gone, replaced by menace and bloodlust.
I've missed you, big brother.
River, I replied simply. I could feel hot tears stinging my eyes. I knew he was dangerous. He could rip me into pieces in seconds if I let my guard down. It didn't change the fact that he was my brother once. He still looked like that 6-year-old boy that disappeared in the waves.
You don't seem as happy as I thought you'd be. I was hoping for more of a reunion,
he replied. He looked around the crowd that was still looking on, staring at him in horror.
What? I feel like you're all scared of me.
What happened to you, River? I managed to choke out. I was showing weakness. No doubt he would try to take advantage of this.
The ocean takes us all eventually,
He replied.
Some of us earlier than others. You and Dad didn't keep your eyes on me, and now here I am. I've come back for you, though. I wanted to show you all the wonderful things I've learned, all the amazing sights and feelings. They've taught me a lot these few years I've been gone.
Who? I asked.
The others like me, of course. There are quite a few of us, as I'm sure you've noticed in the past few days. We've been busy recruiting, creating, swelling our ranks. We will bring more to him, and he makes them like us. I'm sure I can put in a good word for you all.
River, this isn't you. I was talking more to myself at this point than him. I didn't want to believe this is what my brother had become. Didn't want to believe he could be this monster.
You wouldn't know who I am,
he roared, causing dark clouds to roll in and the wind to rise. I looked around, motioning everyone to stand back. I noticed then the veil was no longer beside me. Please, brother. Let's not do this. Come back to us. You don't have to be this way, I said to him, trying to look around for Vale without him noticing. I finally spotted her in the crowd of people, slowly moving her way through the masses, trying to flank River. I had to keep him distracted.
There's no going back now. This island won't exist for much longer. All will be swallowed by the ocean soon enough. You'll all join us or drown. Some of you have a choice. Some don't.
He took a step forward, opening his arms toward me.
I wanted to bring you with me, Raleigh, to extend an offer. I can bring you with me, and you can be made new, quick, painless.
I want to help you, I continued. Vale was almost behind him. Just another minute, and she would be in place.
Oh, but I want to help you.
River sneered back at me. Vale looked at me and nodded. Now! I lunged forward. At the same time, she did. Her with the blade drawn, me with my knife. All I could see before striking was River's twisted smile. Vale struck just right, stabbing right into his spine. My knife found its mark in his throat, cutting any sound from him short. He managed to get 2 good swipes in his claws and one striking Vale across the face, leaving 4 long, jagged ravines of open flesh from her left eye down to her chin. The other managed to catch me in the stomach, knocking the wind from me and gouging into my flesh. I felt his hand tighten into a fist, closing around whatever internal organs he could.
Get some fucking rope!
I shouted at the onlookers. 2 of them ran toward the nearest building and found a halfway weaved fishing net that had been left there in the excitement of the day, throwing it to Vale and I. We quickly wrapped it around River, making sure he was bound, before cutting a strip of fabric from my sleeve and stuffing it in his mouth. There. No storms if he can't scream, I said. sitting back on the ground and clutching my stomach. I looked down to assess the damage and could see heavy bleeding as well as some of my insides where they just shouldn't be. Gareth! Where's Gareth? Fuck! Vale ran to my side, taking off her coat and applying pressure to my stomach. Her eye was swollen shut at this point. She would be lucky to see from it again. Vale! Help him! Please! I was gasping at this point. The adrenaline was wearing off and the pain taking over. The last thing I saw before passing out was Vale, tears mixing with the blood on her face, and River smiling at me on the ground. I'm awake again. It's been 2 days since we subdued River. Gareth patched me as best he could, but the diagnosis is grim. River managed to do some damage while he was in there. Vale told me she has him locked away in Briggs' office. Said he's fucking tied up in there, smiling at anyone who comes by. Half her face is covered in bandages. Gareth said her eye should heal, but she'll never regain 100% of her sight. I've been researching this book, she tells me. Says she's learned the runes and memorized the ritual. She said there's also some talk of an older ritual, one talked about from long ago by long-gone ancestors. Something that may be able to stop all of this once and for all. That God, I guess you would call it, Vale says. That giant that creates them. There's thought here and there by whoever put this together. They translated some ancient notes left behind by the first inhabitants of our island. Whoever wrote this thinks that if 2 sacrifices are made, he can be weakened and bound undersea. She went on explaining this further, but I was drifting in and out from pain. Eventually, Gareth came back in and gave me a dose of medicine. It didn't do much for the pain, but it sedated me. I'm in and out now. Vale is working on to figuring out this ritual. If she can crack it, we may just have a way to end all of this. I just hope I'll live to see it. Hell came to our island. Death came to our island. It was beginning to get dark outside, but I was still recovering, hoping the medicine that Gareth had given me to kick in soon, so I didn't have to feel this throbbing pain nearly as much. I flipped through the book as I waited, the lamp beside me causing the pages to almost glow yellow. There were notes scribbled in the margins wherever they would fit, all in different handwriting. I had to wonder if these were written by the cleansers before me. How old was this book? What happened to all these people if they had these notes and theories about the end but still couldn't bring it about? Was there something we weren't seeing in all of this? I flipped the page again and noticed there's no notes scribbled for the first time in at least 100 pages. Instead, there's just one stanza of a poem, like a prophecy, being laid out before me in beautiful script. When waves ride high and oceans flood, rain and wind howl filled with blood, into the sea, brothers of red and blue, ending water's wrath, beginning days of new. Holy shit! I said under my breath. This was it! This was the answer! This was how to stop everything! Raleigh! Raleigh, wake up! He stirred from the bed against the opposite wall, still in a drugged stupor. Gareth had said his condition wasn't promising. When River plunged his hand in, he had severed quite a few of his intestines, causing massive, eternal bleeding. Gareth did as much as he could, but he wasn't outfitted for major surgery on this level. Raleigh turned to me, eyes barely open.
Josephine,
He mumbled, looking at me in surprise.
are you here to take me away? You've grown so much.
No, Raleigh, it's me, Vale, I said.
Gareth had told me he may hallucinate due to the medicine.
I found it, Raleigh.
I'm not ready, Josephine,
he muttered back. Tears stung my eyes seeing this man broken. He had protected our island for so long, brought me under his wing without question. I cried a little more as tears tracked their way across my still open wounds. There came a soft knock at the door as Gareth walked in, holding another vial of medicine and an armful of clean bandages. He looked at me as Raleigh muttered for Josephine once more.
Poor man. He hasn't spoken about her in years.
Who was Josephine? I asked him. He let out a sigh and sat next to the bed, beginning to dress Raleigh's wounds again.
The only person he ever loved, Gareth replied. Josephine was his daughter.
Where is she now?
Whatever heaven you believe. She only lived for an hour after birth. Passed away not long after her mother, he answered. Think that's why he took to you so well. You remind him of what he lost.
I couldn't hold it back any longer. Tears began to flow freely, stinging my wound even worse than before. I had no family. My mother died during childbirth. My father killed not long after my conception. The village raised me, and Raleigh had always been there, offering advice or helping where he could. And now here he was, dying, just a few feet away. Gareth finished wrapping the new bandages and stood up, handing me the vial.
Give this to him when he wakes up. It'll help with the pain.
He patted me on the shoulder as he began to walk out the door. Raleigh stirred.
Gareth?
He muttered.
Gareth, I need to go.
He turned around, looking to Raleigh.
Rest, old friend. We'll be safe until you're ready, he said.
As he opened the door to step out, a scream pierced the air. Rising wind followed within seconds.
Help! Help me, please!
Came a voice from somewhere outside. It began to scream again, but was cut off in a moment.
Drag them to the waves!
Came another voice, this one guttural, like the sounds of rocks scraping against the ocean floor.
Bring them to Palestinian, so he may shape them in his own image.
Fucking hell, Gareth said, stepping back inside, slamming the door.
There's a horde of them out there.
More screams cut through the air, causing the wind to strengthen once more. I could hear rain begin to pound on the roof of the small hut. Walls creaked as they were moved. Raleigh stirred yet again, suddenly more alert.
What's happening? Where's the blade?
He began to sit up, then screamed out in pain, falling back in the bed.
Gareth, I have to get out of here. Afraid I can't do that, brother, Gareth told him, pacing in the room in thought. They've never come this far inland. Other than river, of course. I don't like this. They'll find us soon enough.
As if on cue, the door was kicked open. A towering drifter barged his way in, claws tearing at the doorframe. It screamed at the sight of them, bringing more heavy rain into the hut. "Back away, Gareth," I whispered, moving my hand to the blade still sheathed at my side. He dove aside, leaving a straight path.
I had to make sure I was on target, even with my crippled eyesight. I drew the blade slowly, leaning forward, focusing on the diaphragm area, just like Raleigh had showed me on that day on the beach. It ran forward, rushing at me with arms held wide, claws brandishing. I lunged forward, stabbing up toward it. I missed. It screamed in pain as the blade struck the middle of the ribcage above the diaphragm. I heard the bone crack as it was cleaved in two. The drifter fell on top of me, teeth gnashing as it tried to recover. I moved my other hand to the hilt of the blade, grasping it and starting to saw downward. The drifter threw its head forward, attempting to bite down on my neck as I moved to the side under it, furiously working the blade lower. I heard the final gasp as I hit my target. The drifter collapsed, twitching. Gareth ran forward to help it roll it off me as I pulled the blade free, spattering blue on the walls.
Vale, are you okay? Raleigh asked, sitting up slowly this time as to not hurt himself.
He still winced in pain. Raleigh, thank God, I said, moving over to him. Look, I found how we can stop this. We have to get River. I grabbed the book from the table nearby, flipping to the poem. I shoved it toward Raleigh to read. Brothers of blue and red. That can't mean us, can it? He asked, looking up at me. I think so, I said. I could see the fear in his face. He was putting all of this together. The same puzzle I had pieced together just hours ago. The wind was constant now, a continuous roar. A monster tearing the island apart. A board was torn from the roof, leaving an opening for rain to begin pouring through.
Help me up, Gareth,
Raleigh said, swinging his legs over the side of the bed.
We need to go get my brother.
I hefted the blade, getting ready to make our run across the square. Gareth stood, holding Raleigh up on his shoulders. We exchanged a small nod before running out of the hut into the chaos. The square was bathed in red, drifters dragging bodies out of homes, taking no care if they cut them open or not. Anyone that resisted was torn open, treated as game by attacking monsters. I could see one in the distance grabbing a woman away from her screaming wife, slashing her throat so the blood covered the woman she loved. It let out a demented laugh before lunging at the other woman. We made it way through, dodging what we could, trying to cut through what we couldn't. We finally reached the door of Briggs' office, busting it in, charging through. River sat in the middle of the room, staring toward us, a smile playing behind the gag in his mouth. Grab and run, I said, looking towards Gareth and Raleigh. I took hold of the chair River was in and began dragging it out into the storm. We tried to go around the perimeter of the square and toward the path to the beach as to not be seen. A drifter chased someone into our path and stopped as it saw us. I charged forward, stabbing it through the eye this time. It fell to the ground, shrieking, causing the storm to strengthen. When we finally made it to the path, I saw we didn't have far to go. The amount of drifters congregating in the island and the chaos they were bringing had caused the storm surge, bringing waves crashing just a few hundred yards away. The dunes were gone. Now the island just consisted of the square and surrounding area. "Oh, it's time, brother!" River shouted over the chaos. I looked back to see he had chewed through the gag, allowing him to talk once more. "There is our god, waiting as promised." I looked in the distance to see an inky silhouette in the horizon, moving ever closer to our position. With every stride, it sent a towering wave toward us, taking more of the land for its own. Drifters were frothing in the waves, moving closer to the square. There had to be hundreds, all crashing on top of each other as they scrambled to be the first to the feeding. They stopped as they saw us, Set me down, Raleigh said. Gareth gave him a look to confirm what he was asking, then a small nod before setting him to his feet. Raleigh came over to me then, putting his hands on my shoulders. Whatever happens, I want you to know how proud I am, he said. He deftly slipped the blade away from me, hiding it in his coat pocket. Well, brother, does your offer still stand? Will you take me to the sea?
I thought you'd never ask,
River smiled, showing his sharp teeth. Raleigh walked over to him, holding his knife to the rope and snaring him. I will set you free, but you must promise me you will not harm them. Raleigh was wheezing with the effort of standing on his own. River simply nodded in return. With a quick flick of his knife, restraints fell around him. They walked together toward the water, River shouting to the other drifters in victory. When they were waist deep, he turned to Raleigh.
Behold, Panthalzian!
He motioned you to the giant figure's features still obscured by the wind and rain that seemed to emanate from it.
The great sea, ruler of all beneath the waves. I bring you a sacrifice, the last of the cleansing line.
He waited and turned to face Raleigh, looking at him as he did the same.
I've waited so long, Raleigh.
He thrust his hand forward, impaling Raleigh through the heart. He let out a gasp, leaning forward on his brother. River took him in a great hug, bringing him close. Raleigh wrapped his arms around him in return. I as well, I heard him say. He flipped the blade from his pocket and held it to River's back, hugging him tight with one arm before thrusting towards himself. River let out a noise of surprise that he and Raleigh were joined by the blade. The drifters standing around began to scream and writhe, causing the wind to rise with them. Suddenly, they stopped. Gareth grabbed my arm and pulled me back away from the water as we watched. The two brothers, their blood mixing on the blade and running into the water, seemed to melt away into a pool of red and blue. It took only moments for them to disappear completely, the color in the water branching out farther towards the crowd of drifters. When they were touched by the blood, the drifters turned to water. With each new mass, a rising wave was formed, holding its place as a wall of water at the shoreline. I could almost make out the two brothers in the middle of it, still locked in their death embrace, translucent in their new state of being. When all the drifters had been reached, it was a towering tsunami, standing at the ready. Panthalzian stood in the distance, the storm still swirling around him. He hefted his fist, crashing it down into the water, sending his own wave forward. The great tsunami rushed to meet it, absorbing it as they collided. It picked up speed as it moved ever closer to the sea god, roiling in fury. There's a loud crash as it smashed into the giant, knocking him from his feet. I saw it try to get back up and regain its footing, but as it did, tendrils of water shot forward from the surface, ensnaring him at every possible point. Finally, two tendrils, one red, one blue, shot forward to wrap around the ancient neck of the sea, pulling it first to its knees, then under the surface forever. We started taking count and burying our dead now. The island is destroyed. Houses gone completely. It appeared as though we had suffered a direct hit from a hurricane. I was walking along the beach earlier when I spotted something shining in a tide pool. As I ran forward to look, I was able to make out the hilt of the time blade. The blade itself
was broken. Nothing but jagged splinters after a few itches, but I kept it anyway. It's to remember the father I only had for a short time. The man who gave his life for us as long as he lived. I know when the waves crash in, it's him telling me he's still there, keeping the evil at bay in death as he did in life. Thank you, Raleigh.
And that is the end of this story. An amazing story by Googly Eyes. Very, very good. Very well done. I am very impressed with it. Hope you all enjoyed it as well. Let's see. Just wanted to say hello to everyone who is here. We have Closet of Fears, Ominous Adios, Casey We're Alien, another writer who I'll be reading one of his stories tonight, Kit Bina, Cage Misery, and Googly Eyes, hey! Glad you were here. Loves your story. Very awesome. Very awesome. If you do have a little bit of issues with the stream, it might be on your side at this point because at last time it was my side, but I seem to have resolved any issues. So I do apologize if you are experiencing any issues with the stream. Thus far, it's showing no dropped frames, so that should make this a much, much better stream. I hope the audio is good. If anybody is here having any problems with the audio, please let me know so I can make whatever adjustments. Oh, okay. I am so sorry, Casey. I did not mean to be insulting. I apologize. Let's see. So I'm hoping like the audio is loud enough at least this time. I know last time wasn't quite as loud, so I'm hoping this time it was much better. Let's see. Let's find one of Casey's stories. Excellent. So, looks like I've solved most of the problems. I'm very pleased with that. All right, so I have found a story. This one was written by Casey We're Alien. It's called Patient Zero, Thyroiditis Pestis. I found this one to be a great one. In fact, this was the one I actually asked Casey specifically if I could read. And she was... I don't know if I can follow that up. Well, damn good reading. Damn good story so far from what I've looked through. So, I have another one I'm going to read later. Well, a couple of them, actually, it looks like, depending on how it goes. But this is the one I initially asked, and she was very gracious enough to allow me to read this. So I greatly appreciate that, Casey. And again, thank you as well, Googly Eyes, for letting me read your story as well. Amazing story. Loved it. Hopefully, in the near future here, I can actually do an individualized story video of that one. And maybe put some music and sound effects. Excuse me. So, let's move on to the next story. Again, this one is Patient Zero, Thyroiditis Pestis. One moment while I get a little drink. This is an official transcription of a note found among Patient Zero's personal effects, located at the North End Military Hospital.
My body hasn't always been the most healthy. Somehow, in creating me, the universe decided to pick from a buffet of genetic conditions for me, and it didn't really skimp out. From dislocating joints to a mild seizure disorder, I'd be a prime candidate for frequent flyer miles at any hospital. You can't say I was terribly shocked when I started having weird symptoms. Between the medical problems I knew about and the medications I was on, I figured feeling drained at the time was normal. The same feeling of expected normalcy hit when I started losing more hair, getting cold easily, being irritable, and even forgetful. A healthy body can handle only so much. Being aware of my body's disadvantages, it didn't take me long to sweep my symptoms under the rug. That was until I showered a few days ago and found the lump in my neck. It wasn't huge, but after following the same bathing ritual for 20 years, it was something I noticed when my hand grazed the little knot. It was probably no bigger than a dime. I do get sick easily, and it was allergy and flu season. So while I made a note of it, it wasn't hard to brush off as a swollen lymph node. I had already reached my max tolerance for hospitals this month, but I promised myself that if it got bigger, I would call the doctor. Little did I know that call would happen sooner rather than later. A couple days later, I was getting ready for bed, just brushing my teeth. I was staring in the stained and cracked mirror, questioning the life choices that led me to such a shithole apartment, when I noticed the lump again. This time it was bigger, and I could see it without having to strain my neck. My lovely little lump had grown to the size of a strawberry, and as I was staring in the mirror, I swear I could see it move. Being in my perpetually exhausted state, I managed to convince myself that it was just because I was fixating on it. One of those situations where you stare at something so long that your eyes start playing tricks on you. Shaking my head, I resolved to call my doctor in the morning. After a restless night's sleep and sitting on hold with the receptionist for 2 hours, I managed to secure an appointment with my primary care doctor, who, I'm sure, was just as thrilled to see me again, as I was her. The waiting room was small, and while it was dated, it was orderly. I sat on one of the plastic chairs, waiting for her to call me back, and I found myself lost in photos and certificates on her wall. She had been a doctor longer than I had been alive. Her awards were numerous, as were the different program certificates hanging on the wall. She had done so much in the medical field, and I could never understand why she stayed in such a hole-in-the-wall town when she clearly had the skills to be leading a top-level hospital or research team. While I was musing over different thoughts running through my head, the nurse called me back. I had only just sat down in the tiny room when the door flung open. "So, Taylor, what are we seeing you for today? Medication change? Dislocated shoulder? Did you have a seizure again?" she asked, glancing at me over her golden wire-frame glasses. Well, no," I said as my hand instinctively started rubbing my neck. You see, I found this weird lump on my neck, and it's getting bigger. It's actually grown in just a few days, and it's starting to hurt." She put her clipboard down and walked over to me. Tilting my head back, she was staring intently as she reached out to touch it. As soon as she did, she recoiled as I shrieked in pain. It felt like my skin was ripping apart, being stretched to its limits, and her gentle touch was almost enough to destroy it. The lump on my neck felt like it was pulsating and throbbing. No signs of relenting. This woman had been my primary care doctor for years, had seen every injury and embarrassing medical issue I ever had. But this was the first time I saw fear in her eyes. When she noticed me staring at her, she quickly looked away.
I'm going to order a preliminary ultrasound and an ultrasound-guided biopsy once we identify where the mass is coming from. It's probably what we call a goiter, but given your medical history, I want to rule anything else out, too. I'm also going to start you on a steroid to help with the swelling. If the swelling goes down, then your pain should, too. My nurse will call you to confirm your appointments. And with that, she was gone. As I was leaving, I could hear her on the phone, talking in a hushed and frantic whisper. It was weird. I figured it was just probably some personal matter. I had barely made it to my car when the nurse came running out after me. She handed me a paper and explained that my doctor had called in some favors after seeing how painful the lump had become, and I would have my ultrasound and biopsy done the next day at our local military hospital. By the time I picked up my prescription and returned home, my neck and throat were screaming at me. I tried to take my steroids for the day, but it felt like there was a tennis ball in my neck. I could barely swallow. Hell, even swallowing my own spit was an agonizing chore, let alone a massive pill in water. I did my best to ignore the pain. As I finished my day and once again getting ready for bed, I found myself in front of the mirror. I stood there in shock, horror, staring at my own neck. Not only had this lump grown, it had grown into my jawline and down into my collarbone. Thick, dark, purple veins were extending out of it, crawling along my chest and face. I stared in shock as it was pulsating, radiating pain through my neck and body. I reached up to touch it and barely made contact when it spasmed and dropped me to the floor in pain. I lay there for hours, drifting in and out of sleep, waking, screaming every time this thing so much as twinged. In the morning, I didn't even look in the mirror. Terrified how people would react, I carefully wrapped a scarf around my neck, wincing in pain every time the fabric touched it. I didn't even get to finish checking in before a nurse whisked me away. As I was in the room, putting on the tissue paper thick white gown, she gently knocked on the door. She said she was going to start an IV, that given my pain levels, they were going to give me some medication for the pain and something to help dull my anxiety. Cool. Right on. I could totally get behind some drugs at that point, even if it dulled the violent throbbing in my neck. I mean, I couldn't swallow any away, so what harm was an IV going to cause if it helped this get done and over with? At this point, the lump on my neck was so large, I couldn't move my head down to watch what she was doing. However, I did see her reaction out of the corner of my eye. As soon as the needle pierced my skin vein, it was like the most unholy, sulfuric smell hit the air. She started coughing and gagging, waving her hands in the air, trying to dissipate the smell. Her eyes grew wide and panicked as she worked, but even through the smell and whatever she was seeing, she got the job done. As she ran out of the room, I could hear her violently retching in the hallway. It was right about when the drugs hit. I can vaguely remember being wheeled in for the preliminary ultrasound and hearing the noises of the nurse and ultrasound tech gasp in shock. I remember the cold gel on my neck and a scream as the wand hit the floor. Next time I woke up, I was surrounded. A large man with a face shield was leaning over me as the pain started. Next to him was a petite nurse holding an ultrasound wand to my neck, giving him gentle instructions on how to direct the needle in his hand. I screamed. My head was strapped down, and I could see the needle resting against my chin as it edged closer and closer to the mass. I started thrashing and swinging as the needle was pushing up and down. The doctor tried to work quickly, but the pain just kept getting worse. He wiggled the needle as I swung, making contact with the nurse who was holding the ultrasound wand. She crumpled to the floor as the doctor jumped in shock. When he jumped, the needle somehow snapped, lodged itself in my neck as sour, black liquid began to squirt in the air. My screams soon intertwined with the yelling of the doctor and pleading of the nurses. His shield was soon doused in the liquid, and it looked to be steaming. 2 large men came in and grabbed me by my arms. The last thing I remembered before they injected me with a sedative was the doctor's face shield melting. The gentle beat of heart monitors woke me as they chimed in rhythm with the pulsating in my neck. I was in a new room. That's where I am now. The room is shockingly sterile. There's no TV, no chairs, no cabinets. Just the bed I'm laying in and the monitors. It features these large glass doors and windows. I can see the warning tape and hazard signs taped to them. Across from my bed is a door to what I assume is a small bathroom. Not long ago, a doctor came in. He was covered head to toe in the most intensive PPE I have ever seen. It was something far more suited for clearing landmines than talking to a sick patient. When he opened the door, I could hear the nurses crying. All I could make out is one of the doctors was dead. Between their sobs, I could make out that it had something to do with acid, and the hospital was now in quarantine. The doctor in the bomb suit must have been able to tell I was eavesdropping. He cleared his throat and quickly explained that I had thyroid cancer. The most aggressive form they've ever seen. There isn't a cure. Slowly, it was like my hearing dimmed. I could hear the words he was saying, like end-of-life care and will. I wasn't processing them. He leaned against the bathroom door frame, and the door creaked, revealing something far more shocking than the death sentence I had just received. The doctor must have assumed the news shocked me, because he left me to find a pad and a paper and a pen to write what was supposed to be my last will and testament. The opening of the door revealed a dull, tin-like mirror. What I saw in the mirror, it isn't. What was it? It's not me! There are thick, throbbing veins all over my face and shoulders. My skin, it's the model color of a body that's been floating in waters for days. The mass on my neck is wrapped, but it's now large enough to actually be resting on my chest. And I can see where it's oozing this black tar, burning away at the bandages. I don't know how this happened. I don't understand. Even as I write this, I find myself glancing at the mirror, wondering if it's all really happening. I can hear the bandage sizzling. Mass is continuing to grow, and with every pulse, I feel it pressing further and further into my windpipe. I'm crying now. I probably have been for a while, but I can see blood-red tears running down my face in the mirror. There are 2 large men in black suits standing by the door now. The nurses walk by me, staring at me, and I can see the tiniest of pulsing knots on their necks. I'm not sure what's happening. I don't know how much time I have, but I do know this isn't cancer. I'm hoping if I seal this in an envelope the doctor gave me and send it to my family, they will share what's happening to me. Something dangerous is going on. I don't want other people to suffer like me. I know in my heart, everyone here isn't gonna make it. Even as the blood stains my vision, I can see panic and desperation in their eyes. I only hope that whatever this is won't spread with my letter.
and that I haven't exposed anyone else. It's cold now, and I'm tired. Maybe if I'm lucky, I'll die in my sleep without too much pain. Mom, Dad, if you guys get this, I love you. End transcription. On April 30, 2019, this note was discovered from a military hospital that had been infected with a mysterious plague. Our men recovered this note and various other items from the belongings of patient 0 before terminating the staff and remaining patients in the hospital. The hospital was burned down 2 days later. This copy serves as an official transcription, and the original will be destroyed to prevent any future spread of the plague. And that is the end of that one. And that one was pretty cool, I think, to be honest. Very interesting. Would love to see if Casey ends up writing like a sequel or something. That would be kind of cool to see. So, definitely enjoyed that story. Hope you all did as well. So now, we are 2 stories down. Excellent authors tonight. Yes, it was definitely another great story. And Casey, amazing job with putting that bit of panic and fear in it. The way you've written it, it was very, very, very well written. I enjoyed it very much. Alrighty, let's see. What else do we have going on? What's the next story? Okay. So this story is by Delta 129. Fortunately, he's not here at this time. It would have been cool to have them here. But, this is a pretty good story. I've read it a few times, and I very much enjoyed it. It's called The Chernobyl Disaster Was a Cover-Up of Something Terrifying. I'm going to have a quick drink, and then we're going to go get started. Happy wiggle, huh? As long as it's a happy wiggle. Alrighty. Again, the title, The Chernobyl Disaster Was a Cover-Up of Something Terrifying, by Delta 129. All of these stories have been pulled from Reddit, mostly, I believe, from No Sleep. I think actually all of them from No Sleep. And again, these are some amazing authors, and I am very grateful to have been given permission to read this to you guys all. If you want, I highly advise going to check out Reddit and looking up these authors. Their names are in my descriptions. Check out their stories in Reddit and give them some support there as well. So, alrighty, here we go. You probably heard about tourism in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. I've been there myself several times. It's nothing like what you see in games or horror movies. There's no ghosts, no mutants, or radioactive anomalies, and death isn't waiting for you around every corner. Actually, I think it's one of the most peaceful and prettiest places on Earth. An example of strength of nature and how it can reverse the damage we caused it. Thus, when my friend Alexei decided to go there, he knew who to contact. He's a physics student, and right now he's doing some kind of research on nuclear fallout. And he said he wanted to get some direct measurements and samples. But we both knew it was just an excuse to go on an adventure. We visited the old power plant, the abandoned city Pripyat, and the surrounding exclusion zone. It was nice. I would probably just bore you with the more details. That part's not really important anyway. We were driving on some dirt roads in the forest of east of Pripyat when we found it. An old, rusty fence and a chained gate that blocked any further passage. There was a sign with radiation hazard symbol and captioned, "Restricted Area, Authorized Personnel Only." There was a pair of massive metal blast doors on the side of an artificially looking hill not far behind the fence with a large white O13 painted on it and "No Entry" sprayed on top. "What do you think it is?" Alex asked. "I don't know. Looks like some kind of bunker," I replied. "And it looks like it's been closed for some time," I added, after taking a closer look at the doors. Both halves were welded shut at the center. Alex took his samples and readings, but we were just too puzzled to leave just yet. "You think we can get in?" I asked. "Well, not this way for sure. Even if it wasn't welded sealed, I'm sure we have no way of unlocking it," Alex replied while examining the massive door. "Looks like an underground bunker. They must have had a way to pump air inside, and I don't think this is it. There has to be another way in," I said. We circled the main entrance to try and find another means of entry. The day was already coming to an end, and it was slowly getting darker. As we were searching, a thought crossed my mind. Why would they weld the doors? What's so important inside that they went this far to keep people away? "Look! There's something here!" Alex pulled me away from my thoughts. It was a concrete block a couple meters large with what looked like vents on the side. As I looked into the vents, I noticed they were also sealed with heavy-looking steel hatches and no clear way to open them. However, there was also a somewhat smaller door labeled Service Tunnel with a large wheel on the outside. "Should I open it?" I asked. "Yeah. I'm really wondering what this is. Anyway, we don't have to go in. At least we can see if the door still works." At first, the wheel wouldn't turn because of all the rust and dirt. Well, it finally budged. The door unlocked. I pulled, and it started slowly opening. It was very heavy, and it took a lot of force. Behind the door, there was a small platform and a tight vertical tunnel with a ladder. What caught my attention was that there was an identical locking mechanism on the inside. That meant that they could lock the door from both sides. But why? We were lucky because if they had locked it from the inside too, there would be no way for us to get in. I stepped inside and shined my phone light down the shaft. Definitely was not strong enough to hit the bottom. The air was damp and old, and there was something I couldn't identify. A very faint, chemical-like smell. There was no radiation nor signs of other hazards. "You gotta be kidding me! This is so cool! We have to come back here and check it out later," Alex said. I couldn't agree more. It was almost dark now, so we resealed the door and called it a day. But we promised ourselves to return. I immediately tried to do some research when I got home, unfortunately with no success. I even tried to call Pavel, a friend of mine who knew the area better than me. Actually, it was him who brought me here the first time. He couldn't help me either, but promised to look around.
I told him about our plan and asked if he wouldn't go with us, but unfortunately, he was out of the country for a while. A week later, we packed our gear and went on with it. We brought some rope, heavy flashlights, glow sticks, Geiger counters, waterproof protective clothes, an oxygen meter, and a small emergency scuba tank just in case. And yeah, we're not stupid, so we told our relatives and friends about our trip and when we're expecting to return. We closed the door behind us as we descended down the access shaft. We couldn't know what's down there, and we didn't want to cause a radiation leak or anything like that. We eventually dropped down into a concrete tunnel which enclosed the air vents and some smaller pipes. There was obviously no power, and thus no lights. Good thing we brought our own. We followed the tunnel and reached another door, but this time it was a regular one, not a heavy bunker type. We went through and entered a room with 4 large air pumps, some electrical equipment, and controls. The ventilation shaft split here into 2 larger ones that went straight into the ground, and 2 smaller ones that went straight across the room where there was another set of doors. Behind the doors, there was a large hall with numerous boxes, crates, and other cargo just laying around. There was also a security checkpoint. Behind the checkpoint, we found the main door we had seen from the outside. Just next to it, there was some heavy lifting equipment. We returned through the checkpoint and taking a look at the set of elevators. There was a simple map with the layout of the facility floor by floor. We were on floor 0, main entry hall. There were another 4 floors below us. Floor 1, offices, security, and recreation. Floor 2, secure laboratories. Floor 3, accelerator, clean room decontamination chamber. Floor 4, experiment site. The map was titled Object 13. It wasn't a military bunker. This was a research site. We took a set of stairs since the elevators were of no use without power. An unsettling thought brushed my mind as we were descending. Apparently I need more to drink. Tripping over my tongue. They were probably moving some supplies and then left them there and took the equipment to the main door. Were they trying to get out? I stepped onto another stair step. Something rolled away under my foot. Lost my balance and fell on my back. My pack luckily absorbed the impact. I looked under my feet to see what caused my fall. Empty bullet casings. This wasn't the sole reason why I felt odd about this place. As soon as we got down to level 1, I noticed that every single door was open. Every single one. There was a canteen, a kitchen right at the beginning of a long rectangular corridor. Various offices surrounded the corridor. There was regular stuff, paperwork, old computers, personal belongings, all right there where they left it. Did they leave in a hurry? Dimitri! Alex called from the canteen on the opposite side of the corridor. What? Was all I could say, and when I followed him to the canteen, there was food still neatly served on the tables, but it wasn't spoiled. It wasn't fresh any either, but it wasn't decaying, as a 30-year-old meal should. How is this possible? I asked. I don't know. Maybe it was irradiated or something. It's not anymore. I checked that. I really don't know, man. He answered, as puzzled as I was. Why? Why didn't we just turn back and leave? Now that I'm writing this, there were so many red flags already. Something really wrong happened down there.
but I guess we were just too excited and curious. But it was at this point that my excitement started to fade and be replaced with an eerie feeling. Nevertheless, we continued and descended down to floor 2, or level 2. The stairwell ended here, and to go deeper, we would have to cross the entire floor to reach the other one on the opposite side. There was a security checkpoint and a large blast door that we had to pass through to reach the labs. Again, every door was wide open. However, all the things that people left here weren't neatly placed where they should have been. It was a mess everywhere. There were all kinds of rooms with all kinds of equipment I didn't understand. Occasionally, there was more empty bullet casings on the ground. There was still one central rectangular corridor as above, but the rooms around it were like a little maze. Almost at the other side of the floor, we found the head scientist's office. As I said, everywhere was a mess, but I found a logbook on the desk. There was only a handful of pages, the rest torn out. Yeah, hamster water things. That'd be awesome. Alrighty. 5 October 1984. Today, we successfully managed to translocate several atoms without changes in any physical properties. It's going to be a long road until we can transport solid objects, but we're doing some good work here. 17 January 1985. We managed to transport an apple today. However, I couldn't help but notice that the pattern of red and green skin on top was slightly different. But it was still the same apples, with the same structure, shape, everything. We also tried to transport some electronics. They were unharmed and in working order. I think what we have is still a lot to learn about this technology. But we can't slow down now. The country is relying on us. 21 February 1985. After the animal trials, we translocated our first human today. He is alive and healthy, a brave hero of our nation. We have proven that this technology works now, but the practicality is still very limited due to a fixed translocation ratio. We still cannot send matter, only exchange the positions of two equally massive objects. I've proposed a new type of object that would possibly achieve one-way translocation of a single object, but it would need an immense amount of energy. 1 May 1985. Our superiors accepted my proposal. They are going to build a new, much bigger translocator here in the power plant so it can use the nuclear reactor as a direct power source. There is one more thing. We've now translocated dozens of test subjects. Each one is alive and well, but sometimes they are a little bit, different. They sometimes claim that various events in the past happened differently than they really did. Sometimes they claim to know people who didn't exist, or more alarmingly, they know people who they're not supposed to know. The following was written down with pencil by hand. Test subject 28 was speaking in an unknown language and couldn't understand any real language after the experiment. There was a lot of missing pages afterwards. 25 April 1986. We're going to try and change our approach. It's been more than a year, and we're still not successful in eliminating the translocation symmetry anomaly. We still even don't know what's causing it, but we're not going to make any progress this way. Today we're going to try to access the conduit reality instead. Even though Unit 2, the one we built in the power plant, is still new, we're going to use it for this experiment. who knows what wonders are waiting for us on the other side. There was one last page in the logbook. On it was just a single phrase written again and again. We let them in.
Alex, I think we should go, I called. Man, come take a look at this, he answered. I stepped out of the lab and back into the hallway. There were clothes all over the corridor. Well, what was left of them, they were torn to shreds. No bodies, no blood, just strips of cloth and an occasional shoe or watch. I looked up and stared down the dark corridor in front of us. I just stood there for a while. It was, I don't know, as if something had torn all these people to shreds and then cleaned it all up. Except the clothes and other non-organic material. A wave of pure instinctive dread washed over me. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe.
Let's just get out of here, Alex said. We turned around and walked away. Slowly at first, but we quickened our pace. Our footsteps echoed across the underground structure.
I just want to be out of here, man. We shouldn't have done this, Alex said.
I didn't tell him about the logbook, but my thoughts were cut short after a sudden realization. His voice didn't echo. It was just our footsteps. I think he realized it too, because we both stopped and listened. Nothing. Just silence. I stepped forward. Clack. Took another step. Clack. There was this door just in front of us. I forced myself to try something. I closed it behind us as we passed and placed a glass beaker that I found on the ground on top. I took a step forward. Silence. It was just an echo after all, I thought. We walked away, carefully at first, but then, once again, we quickened our pace. We turned around a corner, and then it happened. Crash. The glass shattered. Someone, or something, just opened the door. We dropped all our gear except our lights and ran as fast as we could. I didn't even know I could run this fast. I always tried to be a tough guy, but I was just never so scared in my life. Our footsteps didn't echo anymore, or better said, they just weren't in sync with ours anymore. Something was running after us. Each second, it was getting closer and closer. As soon as we reached the security checkpoint, we started closing the door. The rusty joint of the door squealed in protest, but we pulled with all of our strength. We almost had it closed when we heard a loud, guttural, unnatural growl. The door slammed shut, and I threw the wheel into the lock position. My heart was pounding so hard that it was all I could hear for a while. No, wait. It wasn't my heart. It was that thing pounding on the locked door. We were running again. We reached the stairwell, ran up, taking 2-3 steps at a time. We finally reached the air pump room. The ascent really exhausted us. Even though I was scared shitless, I felt like I would pass out if I took another step forward. Besides, we locked it down there. Alex sat down and leaned his back on one of the large vertical vents with a bang. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, fuck. We locked it down there. But we forgot the fence. Alex and I looked at each other. Our eyes met, and then the vent burst, and he was gone. I only heard him scream as he was dragged back down. I feel terrible for doing this. I just ran. I climbed the service shaft and locked the service doors shut when I was finally out of this hell. As soon as I had phone service again, my phone started beeping with loads and loads of missed calls and messages from Pavel. "Hey, Dmitri, I found this guy. He says he knows what O13 is. Please pick up as soon as you can. He says it's dangerous and you should stay out of it. This guy is calling me now. He sounds serious. Please call me back at once." I don't know what's going on, but he's going there. Please, I hope you get this before you go down. Stay safe, friend. There was also one message from an unknown number. "Dmitri, this is Anatoly Moroz. I know what you found, and I'm on my way from Kiev now. Do not go down there. If you already did and you managed to get out, lock the door you used to get in and make sure it stays locked. I will try to call you when I am there." So here I am, writing this while I wait. I do this to make sure no one else repeats our mistake, since I don't know if I'll live long enough to tell anyone personally. I just can't leave Alex behind. I have to go back. Fucking college kids. What does the sign at the fence say? No entry. What does this here say? He pointed at the text sprayed across the main door. No fucking entry. You think we just put these up because we don't have anything better to do, like you? You really have nothing else to do but snoop around things you have no business in. He sighed. Now look what happened. Look what you did. What your awesome idea brought you. Moroz yelled at me after I finished explaining what happened. First thing he did when he arrived was to check the service tunnel and make sure it was closed. He didn't even talk to me. He just ran there and made sure it was sealed and locked. He was an average-looking guy, probably in his mid-50s, but I think people would say he looked older than he really was. "What is this place?" I asked. "You have no idea," he said, stood up and walked to his car. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to save your friend, and you're coming with me." "You will do everything exactly as I say, and nothing else. Stay quiet. Try not to exhaust yourself. The air is not circulating, and you'll burn all the oxygen and suffocate. You will stay tethered to me by this line." He lifted what looked like a small, retractable winch. "When I turn my light off, you will do the same immediately, and you won't move." He continued and pulled a shotgun from the car's trunk. "Are these going to help?" I asked. "To an extent, but don't use it unless I tell you to," he said, and handed me a pistol. "Last thing, do you know how ozone smells?" he asked, and I nodded. "Good. If you smell ozone, run." I started considering whether this was a good idea when he chained and locked the door from the inside with a massive padlock. "This is the only way we can keep them from getting out," he said, when he noticed me watching him. What the hell? Of course this was a bad idea. Worst one I ever had. So let me rephrase. I was contemplating whether I could ever see that padlock open ever again. "Am I not going to get a key?" I asked, watching him close it with a loud click. "Sorry, I have just one, but don't worry, I'm right here," he said, sliding his hand across the line that we were connected through. The tether reeled back and forth between us as we walked through the service tunnel. It gave me some sense of security,
I could be sure not to be lost and separated from the only other person nearby. It created a weird sort of rhythm with the diesel fuel that sloshed around the large canisters we carried. Our first stop would be the generator room on the other side of the main entry hall. The generator rattled and hummed as it slowly started spinning up.
Did you see it?
Morose asked.
What? We have some time for talking until it turns on. Did you get a look at what took your friend when it happened?
No, I answered.
What is this place? I asked again.
He stared into the air, sighed, and explained.
It was originally a military stockpile in the 50s. In the late 70s, it was then repurposed into a research site. Anything that was too crazy for the public to know about, they've done it here. And it was some fucked up stuff, of course. Then, they had this project about teleportation. They even built half the facility to house it. And that's when it all went to shit.
How do you know all of this? I asked.
I used to work here, he said.
So what are those things? I asked.
They are... He started, but then brushed off. I don't know. I was just an assistant.
Is there someone who knows?
Not anymore. Everyone who knew, well, let's say they never left this place.
And how did you get out? The engine clutch engaged with a click, and the generator finally came to life.
I didn't. I took a sick day when it happened.
The lights turned on for a brief moment, and then shut down again as the circuit breaker popped.
That's okay. We can spare the power for the lights. We'll need it someplace else. You'll see,
Morose said. Whatever happened here? Whatever killed all the people down here? And God knows how it was all connected with the Chernobyl disaster. He wasn't here. He took a sick day. He took a fucking sick day?
Come on, kid. Let's go.
We were at the lab security checkpoint that me and Alex closed earlier during our escape.
Remember, stay as quiet as you can now, Morose told me, and we slowly opened the blast door.
To our surprise, light blinded us immediately. Something shining right at us. I took a step back while my eyes adjusted to the light, and then I finally saw the source of the light. Alexi's flashlight. I went to pick it up, but Morose quickly stopped me with his arm and pointed it into the blackness of the corridor in front of us. For a moment, we stood there silent. And then, I thought I heard something in the distance. Morose immediately turned off his headlamp and gestured to me to do the same while he went into a crouch in the corner. I followed and turned my light off too, but we were still lit up. Alex's light was still on, illuminating the room. Morose quietly cursed and quickly went and grabbed his flashlight. And then it was dark. Completely pitch black, dark. People say that when you're under stress and you lose one of your senses, the other one's heightened to compensate. It's true, or maybe it was just getting closer. It doesn't matter. I heard something drop to the ground with a muffled splat. Then a few irregular footsteps. Not like the footsteps of someone walking with a pair of shoes. It was like someone walking barefoot, flesh on concrete. And they were getting closer. I instinctively grabbed the gun Morose gave me, hoping I wouldn't have to use it. It was so close. I could hear the slow, raspy breathing. I think I even felt a cold breeze on my face. Inhale. Exhale. In and out. I don't want to think how close it was.
and something slammed into a wall down the way we came from, with a crash and a sound of glass and plastic breaking. Whatever thing was there with us turned and quickly followed it. I thought that it's gone and I'm safe. Out of nowhere, suddenly a hand brushed against me. I almost jumped and screamed, but the hand quickly moved and grabbed my mouth, preventing me from making a sound. Another hand grabbed my gun. "It's me. Follow me slowly," a voice whispered into my ear. We entered a room on the side, and I heard the door close silently. We waited for a while, and then we turned our lights back on. "Fuck! Don't ever do that again!" I told him. But he wasn't listening. He was looking at droplets of a thick, black fluid on the floor. What is that?" I asked. "Blood. At least it was once." Morose answered and followed the trail. We traced it across a few rooms until we stopped into a large chemical lab. There was something on the ground in a puddle of the black liquid. It was Alex's knife. There was some red liquid, too. I could tell what it was without a doubt. Fresh blood. A trail of a few droplets went in the opposite direction of the black liquid. "Look! He must have gotten away," I whispered. "I doubt that. If we want to find them, we have to go to level 4. He just glanced at the knife and then acted like he didn't see anything. "Look! This is his knife! They must have fought here, and he went that way!" I pointed in the direction where the blood trail went. "He must be hurt." "That's one more reason for us not to waste time. Let's go." He stepped off back into the central corridor. I wanted to stay and search for Alex, but the tether that connected us wouldn't allow that. So I obliged and followed. Initially. "Morose, please tell me what is going on. How do you know he's not there?" "Because I know! Just shut up! We don't have time to argue." We weren't whispering anymore. "I'm not going anywhere until you tell me why you are so sure," I insisted. "Because he's dead." "What? But you said..." "Come on, let's go. This is not a place we want to stay. We have to get down to level 4. Morose cut me off. No, I trusted him at first, but because he was the only one who could help me and find Alex. That was the only thing I focused my mind on, saving Alex. Only now I realized what I had got myself into. How blind, how stupid I was. He wasn't just an assistant, as he claimed, and we weren't here to save Alex. I started unbuckling my end of the tether. "What the fuck are you doing?" he asked, raising his voice. "I'm going out. Give me the key to the padlock," I demanded. "No, I can't do that," he said with agitation in his voice. I had no choice. I raised my gun at him. "Give me the key," I demanded again. "You really think I would give you a working gun? You are not going anywhere," he said and pointed a shotgun at me. I pulled the trigger, but there was only a click. Fuck! Why are we here? Why didn't you call your friends, your superiors, or whoever to take care of this? But you have to hold me at gunpoint? Let's say we don't share the same goals anymore. But have no doubt, they are coming here, but not with guns, with concrete. They are going to seal this place up for good. We have to be quick if we want to be out by the time it happens. Why can't you just please let me leave now? I asked, my voice shaking. Because it's a two-man job. he said, and he looked me in the eyes. "There are things much more important than you, me, or your friend." I couldn't deny that. Maybe he was right. I couldn't do this. I didn't understand anything. "Who are you?" I asked him, returning his gaze. But then I looked away. Something caught my attention. Movement behind Moreau's. It was a creature crawling across the ceiling toward us. Its body looked vaguely like a human, but its skin was pale and stretched tight over its thin bones. Its veins were visible through the skin, filled with the same black liquid we found earlier. It had no hair, and the only holes where its nose and ears used to be. Its eyes were bloodshot, locked in a blank stare. We escaped it before, but our argument brought it back. It was too late to run now. Morose noticed my stare, but he wasn't fast enough. The creature lunged at him, and at the same time he turned around and fired a shot, but missed. The thing knocked him to the ground. That shot was deafening in such a tight place. I only heard ringing in my ears, and my eyes were slightly blinded by the muzzle flash. In the confusion, I turned to run, but I forgot I was still tethered to Morose. After the line was completely reeled out, it jammed, and stopping me right in my track, falling on the floor. I looked back and saw the creature was now looking at me. Morose was lying on the ground. I must have pulled it off of him by yanking on the tether, and now it'd come make sure it won't happen again. I finally managed to disconnect the tether and threw the useless pistol at the creature, hitting its head. It briefly stumbled, and I ran to the only place that quickly came to my mind. I barricaded myself in a storage room adjacent to the large chem lab, blocked off the door with a shelf. The creature spent a minute trying to get in, but then it gave up and left. Presumably to finish off Morose. And I stayed there, just sitting in the corner, too scared to do anything. I don't know how much time had passed, but it was starting to get hard to breathe. For a time, I thought I would just stay there and end it all peacefully, instead of a violent death that was likely waiting for me at the other side of the door. Then I heard a small voice call my name. Alex's voice. "Alex! Is that you?" I called back. "Oh, thank God! I thought I would die here. You came back!" he answered. I went to open the door, but then changed my mind. "How did you find me?" "I was hiding too. But then I heard gunshots and I came here to look. Dimitri, please come out. We have to get out of here." I sat down again. Maybe it was really him. But what if it wasn't? I didn't want to find out. "No! He said you were dead! I saw blood too. It's not you. It can't be." "What? I don't know what you're talking about, Dimitri. One of those things got me pretty good. But I'm alive. Dimitri, come on, please just let me out. Let's get out of here," he pleaded. I have decided I wouldn't open the door. And then I changed my mind once again after what he said. "Dimitri, do you remember the cherry tree? I knew you would come back. We used to play at this huge cherry tree when we were kids. We used to climb it all the time, but one day I had this idea to make a bet. Whoever gets the highest wins. I almost got to the top, and that's when I realized how bad an idea this was. The branches under me were just too thin, and I knew they would break under my weight at any time.
But Alex didn't want to lose. He tried to climb even higher than me. And then the twig he was standing on broke, and he fell. Luckily, he landed in a pile of fallen leaves and only broke his leg. He could have killed himself if he fell on solid ground, and it was my fault. I almost got him killed because of a stupid bet. We decided not to tell anyone how it happened because we were both afraid of getting into trouble. I felt guilty for it for the rest of my life. There was no way how he could know about the cherry tree if it wasn't him. I opened the door, and there he was. He looked terrible, bruises and scrapes all over, and he had a blood-stained, torn piece of shirt wrapped around his left hand. Are you okay? Yeah, I've been better. Let's just get out of here, he replied. That's not going to be easy, I said. I told him what had happened until now and that the door was locked and only Morose had the key and he was either dead or gone. There were some tools and supplies up there, right? Maybe we can find something to cut the chain, Alex said. We decided to try it. It was better than searching for Morose's key, after all. We found his shotgun, stained with blood, both his and the creature's, and immediately felt safer. We also picked up our packs that we dropped earlier. Luckily, all our gear was still there. We walked carefully back to the main hall, but I felt as that something was watching us all along. We finally found a few old saws and files next to the main door. We grabbed all we could, but we weren't alone. The inhabitants finally decided to make their move. One of the thin creatures crawled out of the stairwell. I aimed and fired. It fell down from the ceiling, twitching like a dying insect, but it didn't matter because it wasn't alone. Another one crawled out, and then another, and another. Ran to the air pump room and blocked the door by jamming a large saw between the handles. We worked quickly because we knew it was only a matter of time until they got through or came through the vents. Alex couldn't operate the shotgun with his hurt hand, so he offered to do the cutting while I stood guard, ready to kill anything that would come out of the vents. It was working. It was too slow. Way too slow. Alex barely got through a few millimeters when I thought the door was about to break. They were pounding on it, slamming into it. I saw it rattle on its hinges. I thought they would get through at any moment. And then they stopped. I heard them run away. I coughed when a sharp odor hit my nose. Fuck! What is that? Alex asked. Ozone, I answered. Oh no, no! I said anxiously. I immediately realized that the odor was very similar to what I noticed when we entered the bunker for the first time. Only much, much stronger. My Geiger counter started clicking too. Well, what's going on? Asked Alex. That guy, Morose, he told me about this. He told me to run, I said. Just as he finished, the door shook in an enormous slam, sending dust flying into the air and bending slightly outwards. There was nowhere to run. We had a heavy steel door on one side, and God knows what on the other. I had no idea how we could survive. Luckily, Alex had. Do you still have the rope? He asked. Without hesitation, we tied it around one of the pumps. It wasn't easy at first, working with the ropes with my hands shaking so violently. But then another slam echoed through the room. One of the bolts that held the door was launched across the room. I felt a wave of cold run down my spine, and suddenly, I just had this one purpose: to tie the knot. Everything else just sat down my head. I was done, and we dropped down the broken vent that Alex had gotten dragged into before. We stepped inside and started sliding down the rope. I then heard another slam, and what I think was the door hitting the ground. It's through. I slid faster, but the rope started to burn my hand. I lost the grip and fell a few meters, landing on top of another vent. It broke, and I fell inside another corridor, and then Alex fell on top of me. It took us a few minutes to get back on our feet. I looked around and saw an orange door titled Decontamination. We were on level 3. There was no handle, only a button on the wall next to it. I pressed it, and the door opened after a few seconds. We entered a small room with a control panel. Using it, I closed the door behind us. Several jets then blasted us with air. A green light popped up, and then another door in front of us opened, inviting us deeper into the facility. I noticed the control panel was stained with a smudge of fresh blood. Was Moreau's still alive and went through here? We couldn't go back. The only option was to see how deep the rabbit hole goes. It was supposed to be a clean room, but the place was wrecked even more than the upper levels. After some walking and searching, we found a room that looked like a makeshift infirmary. A few dozens of beds separated with plastic curtains, some medical equipment. Some beds still had information clipboards attached. Patient 2. Quarantine. Survey Team C. Patient in coma. Observation only. Do not interfere. Deceased 0728. Unknown. Patient 6. Quarantine. Survey Team C. Patient in coma. Observation only. Do not interfere. Deceased 0752. Unknown. Patient 19. Quarantine. On-site operative assistant. First contact with Survey Team C. Massive blunt force trauma. Chest. Suspected internal damage. Cranial concussion. Suspected damage to cervical spine. Dislocated left shoulder. Fracture left humerus. Multiple lacerations. Chest. Deceased 0404. Internal hemorrhage. Patient 7. Quarantine. Survey Team C. Patient is psychotic and unresponsive. Mild to moderate frostbite. Observation only. Do not interfere. Termination order. Signed, A. Moreau's. There were some body bags on the other side of the room. Empty. We searched the area and eventually ended up in the lower levels of the facility. There was this rotten smell all around. We entered a room and, well, there was this substance everywhere. On the walls, floor, ceiling, everywhere. It was like flesh with tendrils or veins running across it. Kind of like from a Dead Space game. Then we found bodies attached to it. Dozens. Shriveled up like dead insects in a spiderweb. I think we should go back, Alex said anxiously. We turned and went back, and then I heard some debris shift in the distance in the corridor we came from. Soon enough, one of those things crawled into the light emitted by my flashlight. It stood there for a while, staring at us with its blank eyes. And it leapt forward. Then it fell dead. And an empty shotgun shell did too, soon after. We heard more of them making their way toward us in the distance, so we ran deeper into the facility. I shot a few more on the way, but then ran out of ammo. We eventually found this long, dark tunnel flooded with water. Things were almost on us. I could see them crawling along the walls behind us. We entered the tunnel. Water slowed us down considerably, and I waited for the worst. But then I noticed that we weren't followed. They wouldn't go inside the tunnel. We walked for, I don't know, an hour, two. The water, it was ice cold. Luckily, it was only about a knee deep, so it wasn't too terrible. I already said that Alex didn't look well since I found him, but as we walked through, he seemed to be getting worse. He was complained that his head hurt and he felt dizzy. His skin was pale and he looked very weak. After some time, I had to support him, and then later, he completely collapsed and fell unconscious. We couldn't go back, so my only option was to find a way to drag him through the water. It went like this for some time. Then I heard something far away in the direction we came from. A splash. I turned and shined my light into the black tunnel. Nothing. I went to continue walking, but then I heard it again.
Hello?
I called, hoping to hear an answer. Maybe Morose was here? Or did the creatures follow us after all? Nothing. I quickened my pace, but it wasn't easy dragging another person and moving through knee-deep water. The sounds continued. They weren't getting closer or farther. They were just there. When I reached the end, the tunnel was closed off with another massive steel door and no visible way to open it. It was a dead end. I stopped moving and listening. Those sounds, it wasn't just a splash. It was more like as if someone or something was wading through the water. I panicked and started banging on the door, calling for help. I had nowhere to go. The sounds were now getting closer. I saw waves in the water. It's very close. I slowly turned again and looked into the tunnel. I saw nothing and heard nothing. Silence and darkness. And then the familiar scent hit my nose. Ozone. Then I heard metal shift behind me and the door opened. Dimitri? A familiar face called. Morose. What? Who? Oh no, you brought it here! He pulled me and Alex through the door and then slammed it shut as fast as he could. That's your friend. How? What happened to him? He asked as he looked at the still unconscious Alex. I don't know. Are you okay? I asked. He had a large gash across his face and his right eye. Well, no thanks to you, he responded. He noticed the makeshift bandage on Alex's arm and unwrapped it. What he had on his arm wasn't just a regular wound. It was a bite mark. That, Morose said, and pointed at it. Stand back. He stood up and drew his pistol. No! Wait! At least tell me what's going on! He's going to be dead in a few minutes. This will make it easier. For him too, but mostly for us. What? Please! Isn't there anything else we can do? Anything! I pleaded. He looked at me, looked at Alex, and then stood there, thinking for a moment. I was immediately relieved when he holstered the gun again. Okay, this might help him, he said, and dug up a case with a syringe from his backpack. It looked used recently, and was only about half full with a clear liquid. He injected Alex with the rest of it. It won't matter anyway, he said. What do you mean? Follow me. Take him if you want, but I'm not carrying him. I guess you've already figured out that all this had to do something with the disaster 30 years ago, he explained as we moved through the facility.
The first machine we used for the teleportation experiments, it wasn't powerful or reliable enough. We figured that the whole thing wasn't as simple as it seemed. We weren't just teleporting one thing to a different place, we were transferring them between multiple parallel realities. But it was limited. We could only exchange two objects with equal mass between two identical places in two different realities. So they built a new machine here and used a nuclear reactor to power it, hoping we could move anything to any place between two given realities. We started exploring whole new universes, saw worlds where Germans won World War II, worlds where we all destroyed each other, even worlds where life never evolved on Earth. But then, someone had this idea. If there was these parallel universes, what is between them? There was only one way to know. And when it went wrong, as I said, we should have been happy with what we had. But we always want more, right? We tried to access this conduit reality, as they called it. But when they activated the machine, it stayed on. Something happened and only a portal was created, independent from our machine. It was sustaining itself. So we sent a survey team in there. They came back after a few minutes, reporting all sorts of strange things about how a strange feeling filled that place, how space and time themselves felt odd, even how some of them claimed to have seen themselves in different places at once. They wouldn't go back, even when threatened with all sorts of penalties. We sent a second survey team later. This one didn't come back at all. So we sent a third team to find them. They came back, but something wasn't right with them when they returned. Their minds were like erased. I pictured the blank stares of the creatures we fought on the way. Shortly after they returned, a massive burst of energy flowed through the portal straight up into the reactor. But that wasn't all. And you know all this because you took a sick day, right? I was at a different place in the facility when it happened. I'll never forget when they came to me saying that something came through into our world. What was it? I don't know. Nobody knows. It wasn't like anything we'd ever seen. It killed almost everyone here. Not just killed. It did stuff to people. You've seen. We're here. We entered a control room filled with computers and various controls and displays. Morose closed another blast door and sealed us inside that control. We need to close the portal. We have tried it before, but the things wouldn't let us. So where are they now? As soon as I heard that you went inside the facility and came back, I knew something was off. This place used to be full of them. At least one is still here. The smell of ozone. But a few years ago, anyone who went in wouldn't get back out alive past level 1. But we've gotten this far, and I don't know why. That's what scares me. Something isn't right. I know what I'm asking for is a lot, but we must go inside the portal and use this. He emptied his backpack and took out a crude-looking contraption with all sorts of wires, coils, and other bits hanging from it. We need to place one end in the other reality and return it with the second end into ours. If it works, it might cause the portal to collapse. And how do you know that the same thing that happened to the third team won't happen to us too? I asked. That's the thing. I don't. But I tell you this. You know how they built the concrete shield over the reactor? They weren't trying to seal the reactor. They were trying to seal this place, to prevent whatever came into our world from getting out. And a few years ago, the thing we feared most happened. Its shield started cracking. They were trying to get out. So they built a new containment building recently, as you know. But for how long would this go on? Sooner or later, something will fail and they will get out. This might be our only chance to end this for good. How the hell did I get into this? I thought. I was just a random guy at a random place at the wrong time. Morose was talking as if the fate of the world depended on me. Maybe he was right. Whatever set of coincidences had brought us here brought me here. Maybe me and Morose were the only people who could do what needed to be done. All right. Let's do it, I said. We put on a pair of what looked like modified spacesuits, left everything other than the device in the control room, and entered the machine. We were in a dome-shaped chamber full of complicated machinery. In the center, there was a sphere of white light. Above it, a black, hollow shaft going straight up with cracks and debris all around the opening. We tethered ourselves to a steel rail, and Morose walked forward into the sphere and vanished. After some hesitation, I did the same. I found myself in a place I can't describe. There was no up or down, and I could walk in any direction. It looked empty. Yet I could see countless infinity. Large shapes with billions of tiny, shiny dots on the surface. Here, a voice called. I looked for Morose, but I couldn't find him. Where are you? I called. Come, he said, and grabbed me by the arm, seemingly out of nowhere. I noticed hundreds or thousands of other white spheres in the distance around us. Are those? Yes, portals from the other parallel realities. Are we going to close them all? No, just ours. The others are not our problem. They will have to find their own way to handle it. We walked toward one distinct shape. As with everything here, I struggled to describe it. It was like a fractal. The same shape, repeating over and over and over again. I think this is it, Morose said, and started something with the device. It beeped several times and then started making a high-pitched hum. Oh no. No, this isn't good. What's going on? Listen, I need you to take the other end and return. Once you've back, pull this switch and keep this button pressed until it activates. I have to stay here. I picked up my end of the machine and watched as the wires started unreeling between the two. What about the key to the door out? There is no key. What? But you said that wasn't the plan. This was always the plan. I couldn't risk. He didn't finish. I saw something in the corner of my eye. Movement. Shit! Don't look at it! Go now! Run! Morose said. And I listened. I ran back, followed the line back into our portal. With my eyes almost closed, I went through and placed the device on the ground, flipped the switch, and the device started producing a similar high-pitched noise. I pushed the button. For a second or two, nothing happened. And then suddenly, the device, or maybe the portal, let out an ear-piercing whine, an intense flash, and a wave of heat, and then it was gone. Severed wires and tether line laid there on the ground where the portal used to be. In the meantime, Alex woke up. He looked much better. I told him what happened while he was out. We didn't know what to do now. We thought about going back, trying to cut the chain on the door outside again, but after what happened last time, we doubted it would work. We probably wouldn't even get out there alive at all, but then Alex had this idea. What if we use the machine to teleport out of here?
It took us several hours to figure out how the controls work. It was heavily damaged, and the reactor was obviously out of the question, but the generators above supplied enough power for simple translocation, as they described it. All we needed to do was input a target vector. And then the familiar clicking and the smell of ozone came. A powerful slam shook the whole room and left a large dent in the steel door that connected to the control room with the rest of the facility. "Fuck! Not again!" I yelled. I think I got it. They have some vectors written down here. We just need to add some height, and we'll get above ground," Alex explained. "Make it fast!" I said, as the door shook in another slam. He did something, and the controls lit up with alarms sounding. We ran into the control chamber and closed it behind us, just as we heard the control room door give away. We stood in the center and waited. Sparks and smoke filled the room as the machine did its thing. Please, work. I heard another slam, and the door to the chamber wall broke off and fell to the ground. I looked over, and then time froze. I didn't feel fear. I felt at peace. I felt as if I was just one step away from understanding everything. I wanted to stay here forever. A flash suddenly blinded me, and then I bumped my head into something. I opened my eyes and breathed in fresh air. We were laying upside down in a crater-like hole in the ground in the forest. We were out. We found our car after a few minutes. We saw several military helicopters fly in the opposite direction as we drove home. Alex checked into a hospital with a made-up story about an animal attack. He was okay in the end. We didn't talk about it again. It was over. I thought that our world was safe from whatever stayed on the other side of that portal. But when I finally returned home that day, I noticed something wasn't right. The old cherry tree we used to play at when we were kids, it wasn't there. There was an apple tree instead. We've managed to transport an apple today. However, I couldn't help but notice that the pattern of red and green skin on the top was slightly different. We were transferring them between multiple parallel realities. Portals from other parallel realities. Are we going to close them all? No, just ours. The others are not our problem. They will have to find a way to handle it. I think I'm not in the reality I lived in before. I think that when we teleported out, we ended up in a different one. I can't stop thinking about the portal that this one might still be open. I think we're not safe. And that was the end of that one. Sorry for my terrible Russian attempt at accent, blah, blah, blah. But I tried. Haven't listened to it long enough, an accent long enough for it to kind of sink in enough. So I see Josie arrived. Who else showed up? Closet of Fear. Hey, and Chris is here. Christine. Nice to see you guys all. Glad to see everybody here. I'm going to take a short break so I can drink something, and my mouth getting a little bit dry. But I think it was a pretty good story. I just got to practice that Russian accent because it was terrible.
Oh well. Alrighty, let's see. We have a few more stories we can choose from. Let's see. Let's look through what we have. We have another one from Googly Eyes we could do. Well, actually, we have a few of them from there, from him. Also have... Oh, what else we got here going? Here's an interesting one. That's from Casey or Alien. It might be pretty interesting. Actually, a couple of them here. Let's ask Casey. So, Casey, I got 3 stories here. One is I'm in the Navy. Sailors are suddenly going missing on base, and my command is covering it up. Emma. And I was Googling my family's new house when I found this. So, which one would you like to have read? Unless you would prefer a different story. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's see here. Well, the house one is fairly short, so we can do that one if you'd like. Okay, we'll do the house one then. That's what we'll do. All right, again, another story by Casey or Alien. This one, again, was called I Was Googling My Family's New House When I Found This. I'm going to have a drink of water before I get started. Wet. Oh, damn it, that hurt. Well, we can. I'll do both. It's no problem, Casey. I'll do all of them. They all look pretty good. So, we got time. And from what I'm looking at my analytics here and my information regarding the stream, we've had 0 dropped frames. Completely. So far we've had a better stream tonight than we've had for the last 2 streams. So I am all up for going as long as you guys want to go. So I'll start with the Googling my family's new house first, and then we'll do the in the Navy one. Alrighty. Give me one more moment, and then we're good to go. I'm fine. I just banged my knee. I was getting tense trying to figure out how to pronounce the wording for the story in the last story, and give myself a little crick in the neck. So, and when I went to go grab my drink, I ended up smacking my knee into my desk, so it's all good. Clumsy. Alrighty. You put him in the brig and surround him by Marines.
Alrighty. Blog entry 1. 9/7/2016. This is my first time doing this, so here goes. So I recently bought my first house. Well, it's not much. I'm pretty excited. The realtor said it had been abandoned for years, so no one knows what happened to the previous owner, but at some point his family decided to have him declared legally dead so they could throw the house on the market and finally settle his estate. Horribly sad for them, I'm sure, but it means I got a killer deal on a fully furnished home, even if it probably needs completely remodeled. At least it's almost livable for now. When I first bought it, a few windows had been broken out, the back door was busted, and most of the furniture in the living room destroyed. There was also these really weird marks on some of the walls, almost like claw marks. I don't know. I figure some druggies probably just broke in at one point, using it as some sort of flop house. Either way, the price I got it at was still cheaper than paying rent, and I could afford to make the repairs. So I wasn't going to complain that it may have had a sketchy past. Yesterday, while cleaning up some of the old owner's junk, I found this journal stuffed under an old cedar chest in the living room. It's leather bound, but it's not super old. The date inside is dated to 1998, and it's covered in these dark burgundy stains. I found a bunch of other weird things: broken crosses, part of a Ouija board in the fireplace, symbols drawn on the bottoms of the furniture. Just all sorts of stuff. It's weird enough. I figured I'd start a blog. I'm not sure what to call it yet, but I plan on documenting all the weird things I find. And the house's restoration. I'm getting ready for bed now. I finally got the bedroom put together enough that I can start spending the night in here, but I'll be back with another post before too long. Blog entry 2. 9/8/2016. Hey guys, I didn't sleep too well my first night in the house. I kept hearing this weird scratching noise. Not like mice in the walls scratching, but something bigger. I thought maybe the wind was blowing through one of the broken windows, so I cut up some boxes and taped them over the windows to see if that would help. It didn't. I'm going to call an exterminator later and see if they can come down. Since I couldn't sleep anyway, I decided to take a peek at that old journal. Weird. I know. I figured I bought the house and all its contents, so the journal is technically mine. I'm hoping I can find some entries on what repairs were done when and stuff like that. Maybe save myself from extra work. So far, there's nothing exciting or house-related in there, but who knows? It's a pretty thick journal, and the entries aren't consistent. I did learn some interesting things about the owner, though. His name was, well, I guess it was Carl? He was 38, freshly divorced, and bought the house on foreclosure. I guess from the sounds of it, his wife took everything, and they didn't have kids. Maybe he just got overwhelmed and decided to start a new life elsewhere. Anyway, I'm going to call that exterminator. I'll let you guys know what they find. Blog entry 3, 9/12/2016. Hey guys, it's been a few days. I figured I'd post an update. I called an exterminator. He won't be able to make it out till next week. The scratching sound is getting worse. I started hearing things outside. I guess it can't be too shocking given how far off the beaten trail the house is. It's tucked back behind several plots of farmland in the middle of a small grove of trees. I have a very long dirt driveway, so it wouldn't be shocking if we had some wildlife way out here. When it came up for sale, I figured the isolation would do me some good. I'm really starting to wonder if it's getting to me. I know it did the owner. I read a little more of the journal, and it sounds he had a pest problem too. Between rants at how much the cost of beer had gone up and his ex-wife, he writes about the scratching noise. In the next few days, I'm going to be checking the outside of the house for any holes or cracks. Where he had the same problem, I bet it's field mice. And if it's field mice, the last thing I need is hantavirus. I've also hired someone to replace the windows and the messed up doors, so they should be coming soon. I haven't met any neighbors yet, but being surrounded by fields, I guess there really isn't many to meet. I did find some more weird stuff. The old owner must have been into conspiracy theories or something, because I found a ton of occult books in that cedar chest. Some are super old, so I'm debating on holding onto them to get them appraised. Blog entry 4, 9/13/2016. Guys, I'm freaking the hell out. It's 3:42 now. I was dead ass asleep and I heard a shriek and a door slam. A shriek wasn't the right word. It was low and guttural, sort of demonic. I was upstairs in my bedroom. I sure it came from the back door. I freaked out and grabbed my shotgun from the closet and checked everywhere. Looks like there are new claw marks on the door. I called Fish and Game, thinking it was some sort of animal, but what the hell kind of animal makes that noise? The lady I happened to wake up said it probably was nothing, maybe a raccoon. I've never met a raccoon tall enough to scratch the door at my eye level. I swear to God, if this is a goddamn bear problem, I am gonna lose my shit. They have to disclose that kind of stuff when you buy a house. Just on the off chance it was a raccoon or a pack of angry raccoons, I left a message for the exterminator letting him know I really needed him to come out sooner rather than later. I guess hantavirus is going to be the least of my worries at this point. Blog entry 5, 9/18/2016. Sorry, it's been a few days. Life's been crazy. So the exterminator came out, found no evidence of rodents. He just kept staring at me like I was crazy. Finally offered to slip him $50 to get him to leave some of those cage traps around my property. He didn't seem bothered about setting them up after that. Fish and Game has been no help. I guess our town's game warden was magically in Hawaii for the next few weeks, and they never thought to get someone to fill in. The scratching noises have been getting worse, but that's not the worst part. The banging has been getting louder, and that weird screeching, it's getting worse. The more I hear it, the more it sounds like words. I can't tell what it's saying. I'm not even totally sure it's English. It's getting louder every night, almost like it's getting closer. I also learned that the old owner of my house was absolutely batshit crazy. He had similar issues with the noises and animals, but he kept going on about this thing he called a crawler. According to him, that's what's making the noises I'm hearing. There was one page that mentioned the fucked up Ouija board I found, but it looks like he probably spilled some beer on it. I can't read it. I don't know what kind of beer he was drinking, but it had to be good if he named whatever that raccoon bear thing is and making these noises. Blog entry 6, 9/21/2016. I can't fucking sleep. It's 2:45 in the morning. I gotta get up to take a piss. Coming back to my room, I saw something outside my window. I'm the second goddamn story. How the fuck is there anything peeking in my window? I shut the curtains and was debating on sleeping downstairs until the noises started again. Fuck that fucking shit. No. There is now a dresser in front of the window, and my bedroom door is now locked. I'm sitting in the middle of my bed with my gun. I'm over this. I didn't know that raccoons could climb like that. Update to my earlier post. It's now 3:42 in the afternoon. I finally fell asleep when the sound stopped, which was about 6 in the morning. I was still antsy over what happened last night, and when I got the balls to leave the room, there were new claw marks on the hallway leading to my bedroom. I'm going down to the electric store today and picking up some security cameras. I'm also calling my cousin Cindy. She lives a few towns over and has been having issues with her boyfriend, so she could use a night or two away. And I could use the company to make sure I'm not going absolute batshit crazy. Blog entry 7, 9/22/16. Cindy came over, and since I haven't had a chance to clean up the spare bedroom, she's staying on an air mattress in my room. She's planning on staying a few nights, but after what we found this morning, I don't know if that'll happen. I didn't tell her too much of what was going on when she came over last night, just that things have been weird and I could use the company. She helped me set up the new security system, and she brought over some beer. So we started drinking like the adulting adults we are. It didn't take long before I showed her the journal and the weird shit I found. Apparently, Cindy had been hiding a secret passion from the occult from me. As she was flipping through the journal and books, she told me a story about some old legend. There are these creatures called crawlers. They feed on human emotion and would slowly torment their victims until their stress and anxiety were so high they couldn't stand it. Once you were at your breaking point, they would push you just a little farther and then seal the deal with sucking every emotion you were feeling out of your body, killing you. Apparently, they show up when you try to use supernatural means to act revenge on someone. When you hate someone that much, it just draws them to you. Problem is there's no way to get them out of a place once they're there. Exactly what I needed to hear. Living alone and having issues with noises. I thanked her for her wildly assuring story, and we got ready for bed. It was about 2 this morning when the noise started up again. Cindy was up reading the journal, and I was awake questioning if I could just burn this place down and collect homeowner's insurance. Tonight was different, though. After all the noise and shrieking started, we could hear furniture being tossed around. Not just tossed, flung. Like my dining table was made of toothpicks. We could feel the furniture hitting the ceiling below us. Cindy quickly climbed into my bed with me. Not having any other option, we connected to the security cameras. We saw it. This wasn't some bear or raccoon. It was, in fact, a crawler. The camera was in infrared mode, but it didn't make this thing any less terrifying. It was gone. So thin, it looked like skin had been heat shrunk to a bear skeleton. Its limbs long and spindly. It looked almost like it was folded. Its arms were bent like it was getting ready to do push-ups, and its legs were bent in the same way, so its knees stuck past its back. Its face was terrifying. Its nose was flat and sunk in. And in the camera lens, it had 2 glowing white orbs for eyes. Its mouth looked like it was stretching into a circle. It had 2 razor-sharp front teeth. It was probably as big as my couch, too. This thing had no issues unfolding itself to throw my furniture. Its feet and its hands were almost curved talons sticking out of its fingers. And it just kind of climbed up and around my walls. I could hear it screeching on the other side of the door as we watched it make its way up the stairwell. We locked the door and shoved all the furniture we could in front of it and the window. We watched as it clung to the ceiling as tight as it could before scratching at my door and doing its guttural screeching. We watched it on my phone until right before the sun came up, when it made its way out of my house. Cindy and I waited a few more hours before going downstairs. When we did, we saw something we never noticed. Behind where a bookshelf once stood sat a small door. Given the events of the night, we figured we were going to stop this thing, this crawler. We should check it out. It was locked, but using a screwdriver, I was able to pry it open. There, we found Carl. He looked almost mummified. His skin dark and tight across his bones. He had his knees to his chest, a hand outstretched, and a look of absolute terror on his face. I quickly ran out of the house with Cindy, and we called the police. They're putting us up in a hotel for a few days and are currently investigating Carl's death. Log entry 8, 9/24/16. Cindy somehow brought the journal with us to the hotel. She's been reading through it nonstop. According to it, Cindy tried some. According to it, Carl tried summoning something to get revenge on his ex. Whenever he did failed, he bought the occult books we found and was trying to get rid of the crawler. That's why there were all funny symbols on everything. The last entry in the journal talked about how he was going to try and use the Ouija board to get rid of the crawler. Looked like he had been writing in it and then suddenly stopped. And there was blood on the pages. I tried to show the police the recording of what happened, but in the rush and panic, I failed to hit save. The running theory is someone who used the house as a drug den came back and used their super meth powers to throw everything around. I didn't even bother trying to explain. As for Carl, they say he was a schizophrenic and ended up locking himself in the little cubby we found to try to protect himself from his delusions, hallucinations. I didn't bother even trying to tell him the truth of what we found. Tonight is our last night in the hotel. Tomorrow I'm going back to the house, and City D is going to the city north of us. She says she knows some sort of shaman or witch doctor that might be able to help us. I'm terrified to go back, but I can't afford to stay another night here. Blog entry 9/25/16. The crawler must know I'm back. It didn't even wait till early morning. It's 11:45 now, and I can hear it. It sounds irate. Its screeching isn't stopped, and I can hear it clawing gashes down the hall. It's slamming against the door. The furniture is moving. God, I hope it... That's it. That was a good one. Very good. I liked it. Excellent, excellent job, Casey. Okay. So the next one we were going to do is the Navy one. In the Navy. Ironically, I was in the Marine Corps, so this will be enjoyable, I think. Alrighty. The title, again, is I'm in the Navy. Sailors are suddenly going missing on base, and my command is covering it up. If the title didn't explain it well enough, I'm going to give it a try here. I'm currently a seaman at training command. For the sake of security, I won't reveal but it is fairly large and a well-known command. I've been here a few months, waiting for classes to start. FYI, never listen to your recruiters. They don't have a shitting idea when you graduate or go to fleet. They told me I'd be in and out of training so fast I wouldn't even have time to unpack. I got here on Halloween, and it's now close to New Year's. Anyway, that's not why I'm writing this. There's something here. And not some whack job military experience. Something much older than that. Something terrifying. When you're in between classes and training, you live your life assigned to duty section and permanent watch, meaning you have assigned days anytime you work, either cleaning or walking around base, making sure no Marines got their head stuck in a toilet, and the airmen have working air conditioning. My permanent watch is mids rover, meaning I get to walk my happy ass around the base in the middle of the night with a partner. Or I get to walk around the barracks making sure that the fire extinguisher gets checked every hour, or hasn't expired, or been discharged suddenly. This is called Firewatch. I first saw it when I was on a particularly dull Firewatch. I had just checked the second floor's extinguisher and emergency exit for the 5th time that night when I heard scratching. I looked up from my clipboard thinking someone got shitty down in the bass club and forgot we had a front door. What I saw was not the drunken sailor I expected, but what looked like a hand. In the light from the escape, I could see it was long and thin, almost a mossy green color with short, broken yellow nails. I'm watching. Sure, that's our barracks. It's currently filling with carbon monoxide or some gas that could be making me hallucinate when the door violently starts rattling. So like the stupid junior sailor, I run towards the fucking sailor. Messed that up. So like the stupid junior sailor, I run towards the fucking door because my unarmed clipboard-carrying ass is going to be able to do a damn thing, right? A few steps from the door, I stopped, blood running colder than Neptune's tits on a blue nose ceremony. This thing, whatever the fuck this thing is, or was, it's tall. Not like, haha, I'm sure everything seems tall, but tall enough it had to bend down to look into the small window at the fire escape door. It is green and wildly thin. Not just that, but its eyes glowed almost like 2 flashlights. When it saw me, it screamed, the most ear-shattering scream I have ever heard. Its teeth were jagged and yellow. It had 2 flaring slits for its nose. I dropped my clipboard and fell to the floor. I could hear footsteps, and that's the last thing I remember. When I came to, I was in Senior Chief's office with him and our lieutenant staring at me. Outside the office, it sounded like the whole night crew was shuffling around to pretend they were busy. After a series of rapid-fire questions and explaining what I saw, the lieutenant started swearing like, well, a sailor, and left the room quickly to make some phone calls. Senior Chief calmly explained that all the rovers had been recalled to the barracks, which never happens. Ever. It's a major security issue, even if checking fire extinguishers and breaking up fights between Marines and raccoons is boring. He also very sternly told me that I had seen nothing, there was no gas leak, and I was to report to medical in the morning because very clearly I was sick, running a fever, and hallucinating. I was swiftly dismissed from his office and told to go to bed. But as I was leaving, I caught him watching the security footage on his computer. You could see 2 lights coming from the door's windows and me dropping to the ground. Walking out of his office, I was suddenly bombarded by the night crew asking what happened and why they were recalled. I told them honestly, I have no fucking clue. The next morning, after waiting several hours at sick call, I was given a clean bill of health. There was absolutely nothing wrong with me. No signs of illness, disease, or defect, which doesn't always mean much coming from the Navy medical, but at that point, I could take anything I could get. After returning to the senior's office with my handy-dandy paperwork, I was once again sat down and told nothing happened. I was also being put on the external night rover team, meaning I would have a partner and would be checking the outdoor areas of the base. Fan-fucking-tastic, right? See some sort of tall-ass green demon fucker, and I get to be stuck outside all night with it. A radio, a flashlight, and maybe a competent partner who wanted to do more than hang out at the female barracks smoke pit. That was about a week ago. I was just starting to forget about the demonic green bean and started to feel comfortable in my new watch when shit changed. I woke up this morning to my roommate in a full panic. One of the new seaman recruits fresh out of boot had gone missing at some point when I got off watch at 6 a.m. and when my roommate got out of their class at 2 p.m. Poor kid probably didn't even get to wash the smell of fear and Lever 2000 out of his clothes before he went missing. The base is preparing searches of the beaches and doubling down on security and rovers. When I assumed my watch, we were giving strict orders to stay in pairs and radio anything we found. If we found anything related to the missing sailors, we were not to touch anything and call it in immediately while keeping everyone else away from what we found. How would we know it was related to the missing sailor? I had no fucking idea. But this is the military where logic doesn't matter and instructions aren't given to make sense. Our watch started off fairly normal. With double the personnel, it was much easier to cover ground and not feel so alone. It sounds lame, but one of the largest bases in the country is creepy as fuck naturally, and when there's only 2 people walking around outside. My partner and I took a path to the beach training area, while the other team started with the parking lots and classrooms. While we were walking to the beach, I hear this absolutely miserable, ear-raking screech. My partner did too, because they covered their ears as fast as I did. Our radios started screaming static, and we looked at each other, deciding what our next step would be. We can go forward and investigate and find something we didn't want to, or potentially break up some super secret spy plot. My partner was absolutely convinced someone was jamming our radios, and we would be heroes if we could corner them. Not that anyone with the equipment would be unarmed and think twice about picking off 2 junior sailors. We could turn around at least until our radios were working and call for backup, but my partner was convinced that these expert spies he dreamed up would get away. Or we could split up, one of us go forward to investigate and one back to get help. The exact thing we were told not to do. So what do? We go the fuck forward, because my partner's an idiot, and I ain't about to get no captain's mask because his dumbass won't go back. Screeching gets louder and louder, and we have to shut off our radios because the static is just so overwhelming. My partner is just so caught up in the idea he's going to get a letter of recommendation, he didn't notice the droplets of blood in the sand. He also didn't notice the missing sailor's name tag being licked by the low tide. We were nearing the piers when I saw the lights. I guess I should probably just call them light eyes at this point. My heart sank. I fucking knew what I saw was real. My partner was about to see it too. Or he would have if the thing hadn't launched out from under the pier at him. It was like watching one of those trapdoor spiders attack. My partner had no clue what happened in it. I can only hope that his death was swift. I watched as this thing flew at him in inhuman speed. I heard his bones shatter on impact. I heard it howl in delight as it ripped the skin from his face. I ran, running blindly as fast as I could. I couldn't even feel the pavement on my boots or stop running until I ran first face into the other rovers. Sobbing, I grabbed the radio and told the senior it was bad and it was back, and he needed to get down there. Immediately, we were all recalled. Once again, I was in the office, this time surrounded by officers I had never met. They assured me that they had a rescue team down in the area, and once again, I was hallucinating and managed to abandon my roving partner. That didn't last long, though. One of the officers, a rear admiral, I think, got a phone call. He quickly turned as pale as I felt and told the senior to mark 2 missing sailors as AWOL. He wanted me detained and everyone to regroup at the main quarterdeck. I've been locked in this office for 2 hours. I don't know what's going to happen to me. I don't know what happened to the other 2 sailors, but I do know a couple things. One being, your recruiter fucking lied. Given how all the senior enlisted and officers acted about this, they fucking knew something was going on and covered it up. I think anyone who has been in long enough knows the dangers aren't sunken ships or unsung battles, but the things that lurk by the water. Second, I know I'm not getting out of this mess I didn't ask to be in, so I'm writing this down. I was lucky I kept my phone hidden in my cargo pocket. I don't know if the other branches have this problem, but know if you hear about a sailor going AWOL, it probably isn't what it seems. I hear them coming back now. I hope I get the opportunity to update this later, but if I don't, just know there are things out there we don't understand that are older than us, and that the government and the fucking military knows about them. Interesting. I want another. Gotta have a sequel. That was really interesting. I liked it. So, seems almost as if someone has experienced the military themselves. I'm assuming you must have been in the Navy or family member in the Navy, because that's a lot of detail. Very good detail at that. So, yeah, join the Navy, see the world, get eaten by a green bean. That's awesome. Alrighty, let's see. Nice. Alrighty, so next one, I guess, is Emma. Alright, I'm going to take another short break to drink. I'm going to look over the chat real quick to make sure I didn't miss anything, and then we'll get started. So, you might want to get up and move around. Yeah, I want to get a DD-214 blanket now. Maybe it'll be better than a whoopee. A whoopee, for those of you who have no idea, it's just a poncho liner. But in the military, it is the equivalent to the a child's blankie. It does so much for those in the military. It is a relaxing piece of equipment, used often, because oftentimes you have to sleep whenever you get the chance, and that sucker is pretty darn warm when you need it to be. So it's referred to as a whoopee. Oh, yeah, it's any branch's cuddle buddy, essentially. I've seen several pictures of some soldiers wearing, cuddling up with it. I actually saw one picture where there was this, I think it was a private first class. He had his tack gear laying next to him, his rifle barrel in the damn dirt, and him literally sucking his thumb with a whoopee. It was hysterical. They may call us crayon eaters, but at least we don't suck our thumbs with a whoopee. Or put our barrels in the dirt. Good Lord. Alrighty. So again, this title is Emma. There is a notice. This does contain child abuse in it.
So be aware in case it bothers anybody. Alrighty, so we're going to get started. Looks good. Alrighty, moving on. She's always been there, in the forest, for as long as anyone could remember. My grandparents used to tell us stories about her. She was once young and beautiful, the pride of the town. But beyond her beauty, she had a wit that could cut down the toughest man, and she could sing. Emma was her name. And Emma had her choice of suitors, but none ever captured her heart, not like that mysterious out-of-towner. Rumor had it that he had come from some far-off land and he was traveling, looking for an inspiration for his stories. He'd come down to the tavern to listen to local legends, not knowing he'd soon become one. It was one dreary October when he was sitting in the bar documenting drunken tales when he saw Emma. She was singing on the stage, mournful song of lost love. The attraction was magnetic, and soon they were inseparable. As months drew on, they grew closer, and the stranger's time in town was driving to a close. They both knew time was short and would spend every waking moment together. One night, when the fog was dense and the forest around the town was still, they decided to go for a stroll. Hand in hand, they walked out of town, and neither would return. Everyone thought they had run away together until a local hunter found a clump of Emma's beautiful raven hair, bloody and matted to a rock. Back then, they weren't sure what happened. And we aren't any closer to knowing the truth today, but that hasn't stopped the town from guessing. Some think the young lovers quarreled about him leaving, and in the argument, he pushed Emma. While others people think that he told her he was leaving and she couldn't bear the thought of being without him. Whatever may have happened, neither of their bodies had ever been found. Most people assume the man left that town that night. The legend grew and spread through the town, especially after people spoke of seeing a woman in the forest and hearing a soft song coming through the dense thicket of trees. Personally, I don't think Emma ever left. On cold, foggy nights, I can hear a whisper on the wind coming from the forest. It almost sounds as if like a soft ballad of lost love. And even stranger yet, not one woman has gone missing in our forest. There are plenty who should have. I wish it weren't so, but it's not uncommon for a woman coming into town bedraggled and in a panic telling a story of a date gone wrong, or a man finding her on a walk trying to attack her, only to be saved by a woman. A woman who is thin and wispy, with raven black hair, tear-stained cheeks. A woman whose feet don't touch the ground and doesn't seem quite right. We always believe them because the men who tried to hurt them never come back, and we never find any trace of the men. I know Emma is still there because she saved me. When I was a little girl, I used to run the forest to escape from home. My parents were self-destructive at best. Dad was a raging alcoholic, battling demons left from the war. He didn't want to fight, and my mother was a shell of a woman. 15 years of broken bottles and promises will do that to a person. And makeup can't hide the bruises left on someone's soul. They had me late in their marriage. I think Mom hoped my birth would be the miracle that saved the marriage, but it didn't. Dad was so far gone, I don't think anything could have saved him. I quickly learned as a child to keep my head low and stay quiet. The forest seemed like
The one place no one would go to find me. I always had to come back home, but for a few hours I was safe. I would listen to the song on the wind and pretend I was a brave knight who would swoop in and rescue my mother, imagining my dad was an evil dragon, and I would do and imagine anything that fulfilled my childhood wishes and dreams. I even had a favorite rock by the small pond where I would sit and do homework or draw. No matter how drunk or angry Dad was, he never bothered coming to find me. And looking back, I almost wonder if he knew how it would end if he tried. I hadn't been home from school long when I heard his truck in the driveway. He was home from work earlier than usual, and the air grew tense as the truck's engine died. Mom gave me some crayons and a notebook and hurried me outside. She'd been through this enough times to know nothing good would come of such an early arrival. I barely had made it out the door when the screaming started. Dad had lost another job. He'd shown up late and hung over one too many times. The screen door slammed behind me as I could hear the first bottle hit the wall. As his words flew through the air, I ran. This was bad. I knew it. There was something different about today. I don't know if it was his tone or the words he used, but something was very, very wrong. So I ran to the forest, to my pond. Before long, I scrambled up to my favorite rock where nothing could touch me, where my home and my father didn't matter, where my mom wasn't hurting, and where I was safe. It was so strange. Other people would talk about the song on the wind, but at the pond, it was almost like hearing it whispered in your ear. I could never make out the words, but its ethereal sound was somber, yet calming. I would watch the stillness of the pond, remembering the stories of Emma, picture her life playing out like a movie on a glassy water. I always saw a beautiful young woman walking off into the sunset with a mysterious rider. I know now this isn't true, but I think as young children, we all have innocent hopes deep inside us. With a snap of a twig, my peace was broken. The sanctuary I had created was violated. All I had to hear was the footfall to know Dad had found me. Without turning around, I could smell the alcohol emanating from him, and I could feel his unbridled rage penetrating the air around us. The water next to me rippled with violent anticipation as I felt Dad's hand wrap around my ponytail and yank me to the ground. Instinctively, I curled into a ball, with my back to him and my knees tucked tightly to my chest. After the second blow in the steel-toed boot, I gasped, opening my eyes for the first time since she had wrenched me from the false safety of my rock. Looking back at me, wedged deep in the crevice of my rock, was skull, hollowed-eyed, long black hair shrouding around it. I screamed, and my father's rage intensified. I heard the rustle of his pants and his leg swung back for another kick, but the blow never came. Instead, a loud shriek echoed through the forest. Looking back over my shoulder, I saw the woman. Her feet didn't touch the ground. Her tattered clothing and long hair swirled around her face. Patches of her tissue, thin and brittle skin, were missing from her face. Her jaw hung slackly, her teeth exposed through shreds of lip that still had traces of lipstick on them. Her eyes were cavernous sockets with deep red glow burning within them. Her gaunt, skeletal arms reached out towards my dad, with her claw-like fingers digging into his shoulders. He bellowed in pain as blood ran down his boost-stained shirt. With no effort, the woman flung him across the pond, and he hit a large tree with a resounding thud. As I inched myself backwards toward the rock, she came closer to me. She was moving slowly, mirroring my speed. I was trapped, with nowhere to go, and I was panicking. I sobbed harder than I had when receiving the brutal beating my dad laid out for me. She reached towards me, and I closed my eyes, anticipating the same fate my father received. Something gently touched my cheek, and when I opened my eyes, there was a beautiful woman before me, with long, black hair, a beautiful gown. Her eyes burned with an indescribable intensity as she wiped my tears. Her skin was soft and warm, as was her smile. The being in front of me seemed wholly human. In the distance, I could hear my father move, and the woman turned towards him, and in a flash, she was the heinous monster I had seen just moments before. My father was struggling to stand, and as he struggled, the woman turned back to me. She was once again her soft and human-looking self. She touched her head to mine as she whispered to me, telling me to run. I stifled my tears and nodded my head. With a flash, the woman was soaring away from me. Tatters of her flesh and clothing rippling in the wind as she barreled towards my father. I ran faster than I ever imagined possible, each one of my father's screams seemingly increasing the speed at which I took every step. Before long, I reached home, and as I ran through the back door, I found my mother crumpled on the ground. This beating had been more severe than those in the past. Her clothing soaked with blood, her face so swollen, it was almost unrecognizable. When she saw me, she started sobbing and crawled towards me. We held each other and cried together. We called the police and filed a missing persons report, but we knew Dad wasn't coming back. They whisked Mom away in an ambulance, and the wail of the sirens seemed like they were ringing in a new era of our lives. Emma saved us that day. Weeks later, I returned to my spot, and it was quiet and as still as ever. I stared into the pond, wondering about what had happened, when I saw the reflection of the kind and gentle woman who had saved me. Turning to look behind me, she wasn't there, but there was a locket on the ground next to the crevice. I picked it up, slowly turning it to reveal Emma's initials. Inside were pictures of who I assumed to be Emma and the stranger. His face had been clawed out, and all that remained of the image was the body of a seemingly tall man in a dark coat. When I returned home, I told my mom about the skull and showed her the locket. And she once again called the police. After making up a story about how I found the skull and locket, they followed me to the pound. They quickly taped off the area, treating it like a crime scene, even though I was sure that this skull was far older than they anticipated. It didn't take them long to come to the same conclusion I had. They were able to recover most of her body and are investigating the man pictured in her locket, just to see if they can find any answers about the mysterious writer. The case is well over 100 years old, but we're all hoping for closure for her. According to the evidence they could find, she had a large amount of head trauma, and a bone in her neck was broken, indicating strangulation. She also had several broken bones that had never been set properly. The police suspected the mysterious man wasn't as kind as everyone had thought. It's now believed that Emma had rejected his advances and refused to leave town with him, and he in turn killed her. She had a beautiful service and burial attended by most all the town folks and all the women she'd protected over the years. At night, we can still hear her song in the wind, so I know she's still with us. And even with the answers about what happened to her, she may never leave. In death, she's able to save us, like no one could save her. And part of me thinks she wouldn't have it any other way. We've come to accept that when a man from town goes missing, it's probably for the best. It hurts sometimes, especially when it's your cousin or the star quarterback. We know Emma has her reasons. As long as her song calls from the forest, we know we are safe. Damn. That was very, very good. Like that quite a bit. Very, very good. Let's see what else we got going. Okay. And here's one by Googly Eyes 93. I'm not sure if he is still around. He was here in the beginning. This is one that has been done before. I know Ronnie recently did that. The Dark Somnum did it last month. But it was really, really good story too. So I hope you guys enjoy this one. This is titled, My Grandmother Worked for NASA for 40 Years. There are terrors beyond our world. Man has been on this earth millions of years, exploring the planet, building civilizations, killing and creating in an endless cycle. Man first went into space starting almost 80 years ago. Think about it. We spend all this time getting around our own planet, arguing over the smallest bits of land. But when we finally set our mind to space travel, it only took us a few decades to get where we wanted to go. I'm proud to say my grandmother was one of those who helped us get there. She started out back in 1959, fresh out of college, as an intern for NASA. The space race was already going strong, U.S. versus the Soviets, and she managed to get in right in the middle. Graham stayed there for 40 more years, only retiring right before Y2K. She's up there in years now, and I wanted to do something to preserve the memories she had of that time, so I began to collect her stories. We started out with the basics, talking about how she joined, what she did, the history surrounding everything when she was there, all the things you learn in high school history class. When we started discussing the missions she worked on, though, that's when I realized there was a lot of history missing, locked up, never to be heard or read by anyone, nor should it. There's a reason space exploration has slowed down. There are missions that were made off books and off record, launched from secret black sites around the world. Grahams both saw and heard terrors beyond our comprehension from the dark void of space. She shared these stories with me, these secrets kept from us by those in power. The human price of our curiosity is much higher than we're led to believe. And these people deserve to have their stories known. I'm enclosing one of her stories here. She can get a little long-winded, as some well do in their old age, so I tried to edit down anything that isn't relevant. I'm still going through everything with her as well. With her age, she can't stay focused for very long. So we're doing these little interviews in hour sessions every day. I'll transcribe and upload what I can when I can. What follows is the transcript of what Graham told me on April 4th, 2020. Any interjections of my own will be formatted with brackets around them. My name is Evelyn Laura Smart. I was a mission control contact with NASA from 1959 and 1999. I was the one that any astronauts or crew would speak to, the voice on the ground. I relayed this information back to whomever needed it in flight and control, navigation, engineering, and such. I didn't set out to work there. It just sort of fell in my lap. I had worked as a switchboard operator, mostly taking emergency calls for the local departments. NASA was doing some recruiting, and one of my supervisors recommended me. Then, before I knew it, there I was, sitting in the big mission control room, watching the big screen with the video feed and talking to our very own spaceman. Here she goes into a tangent about how lovely Armstrong and Aldrin are, with many mentions about Christmas cards from the latter. So, one of the first missions I was there for was the first picture of Earth from orbit. Obviously, being in communication, I wasn't really necessary, but we all crowded into the control room to see the picture as soon as it was transmitted. Granted, it was the late 50s, so we were waiting there for quite a while. We expected cheers when it came through finally. It started that way, at least, then everything quickly died down. There was the Earth, huge, curved, beautiful crown of light from the sun shining around it. We captured something else, too, though. Something that I fear I'll see one day. Behind the Earth, off in the distance, was something giant. It wasn't completely clear, but what you could make out was clearly defined torso, arms outstretched with wicked spines jutting from the outside. Large, red eyes blazed against the dark void behind the figure, with a gaping maw underneath opened in a terrifying roar. The scale of this thing was huge. No way it couldn't be seen from normal telescope here on Earth. We aimed our most powerful scope at the coordinates we estimated it to be at and swept the sky, but couldn't see it anywhere. Took another picture from the satellite, and it was gone, as if it had never been there. To this day, we don't know what the hell it was. We check in every photo we take, every sweep of the sky, and it's only shown up 2 more times since. Once in 1979, and once in 1999. I don't know many people in the agency now, so God knows if it's been here again. Every time it showed up, though, it appeared larger. Here she goes on about a few other notable advances in tech, most irrelevant to what we're discussing now. What a lot of people don't realize is that there were manned space flights before the ones in the history books. Sure, there's always been the theories about lost cosmonauts and such from the Soviets, and there are definitely true cases of that. We had our share as well. There was an initial manned spaceflight in 1960. The Daedalus. She noticed the look of shock on my face, apparently, and laughed. Never read around that one, eh? Well, it was kept tightly under wraps. We didn't want anyone to know about it until we had them back on the ground successfully. Otherwise, it may kill morale around the office. No, we kept the small crew, launched the rocket from an isolated area off of Alaska. We did a lot of launches from there, kept the raids on their toes back in the day. Anyway, this was a 3-man crew. There was Bill Zask, James Hanlon, and Terry Duncan. Those three were a tight crew. They were supposed to go up, orbit for 12 hours, then come back down. We would pass it off as a comet if anyone saw, but never got that chance. Things went fast. Went south fast. They took off. All was fine until they hit the upper atmosphere. They tried to ease back on the jets, make sure they made it into orbit and didn't overshoot. Everything went to hell. Jets wouldn't cut off. We don't know what caused the malfunction. I heard them shouting, trying to fix the issue. It didn't happen. They flew straight through, getting just enough adjustment from the orbital pull to be shot off course and toward the direction of the sun. She lets out a sigh here, shaking her head. Jets continued firing, taking them even further out. We maintained radio contact with them for 20 hours after takeoff. I spoke with them as fuel ran out. They began drifting into the void. No hope of returning. Never to feel solid ground again. To this day, I don't know if it was something they really saw, or the insanity getting to them as they died and faced their mortality. James was the first to begin raving, telling us about bodies floating by the cockpit windows. I tried to clarify what he meant, assuming celestial bodies. I'll never forget the response from Bill. "No, Evelyn," he said to me. "Human bodies. Dozens of them." They described a field of bodies, male, female, young, and old, all naked as the day they were born. Bill swore that one smiled at him as he went by. We didn't have any live feed cameras at the time, unfortunately, so we weren't able to confirm. The way they described it, though, I have no doubt they were seeing this. A lot of the transmissions got lost in static, limitations of the tech at the time. The last broadcast we received was Bill. He was raving, still talking about the bodies, said they were talking to him now, telling him he could live forever with them. He said he was going to open the emergency hatch. Maybe it was my emotions getting the better of me. Right before he opened it and the static took over, I swear there was another voice. She drifts off and stares out of the window next to her. The sun went down an hour ago. Stars were plainly invisible, shining in the inky darkness. I asked what the voice said. It's ingrained in my head. I can hear it as clear as that moment 60 years ago. Come, be with us. Become as stars and drift immortal. Graham is tired. Says she's going to go to bed. End transcription. Graham is in one hell of a mood today. Not sure if she's feeling better than usual or something has got her riled up. Either way, she's letting her feelings be known. That's just a forewarning before we get into this transcription. There are some things about here that I personally never wanted to hear. No, really. She can tell me how she saw eldritch beings in the vastness of space, and none of that is as terrifying as her talking about hooking up with astronauts in the training areas. Ugh. Here's the transcription. I'm going to go chug bleach. Conversation from April 5th, 2020. Again, this is being told by Graham and translated by me. My own interjections are those in the brackets. Do you want to hear more? All right, I guess it's time to turn this bullshit off. Lived through the damn missile crisis, and I'm going to be taken out because nobody is competent enough to stay in their damn houses. Graham has been cursing like a sailor all day. She only does this when then she's either very happy or very anxious. So, let's see. Told you we had some crews up there already, yeah? Just couldn't get any successful returns down. Damn Reds beat us with that. Joke was on them, though. They just tossed Gagarin up there in the metal tube and waited for him to come back on his own. We actually had our own man pilot themselves back to Earth. How's that for you? Russians don't have shit on American determination. So we did a few other missions once we finally got the hang of putting people up there and bringing them back down. It was all smooth sailing for the most part. So now, what did we decide to do? Put a man on the goddamn moon. She gets up and goes to the kitchen, returning with a bottle of red wine and a comically large glass. I mentioned to her that it's only around 2 in the afternoon. I worked with astronauts, darling. Days don't matter when you're orbiting the Earth. Anyway, it was 62 that we crashed a vessel on the far side of the moon. It was something of a test run, I suppose, seeing just how bad we could crash and burn something before we tried it again with people inside. We had the Ranger 4 vessel we sent up there. Had to do a flyby the moon for a bit and take some pictures before dive bombing it to the surface and taking some pictures for us there. We never released those to the public. It scared the hell out of all of us when the command center, when they transmitted back. Keep in mind, all the pictures we had at the time were black and white. Still, no color photography on that scale yet. So, Ranger 4 lands there and immediately begins snapping pictures. All of us are standing around expecting to see just a barren expanse of gray walk. Nothing too special. Lo and behold, the first picture comes back and there's someone just standing there. Right in front of the crashed capsule. We couldn't tell gender or race or anything. They were in a spacesuit that looked remarkably like the ones we were developing. So naturally you think, oh no, they beat us to the moon. Because who else could it be at this point? The Russians were the only other country keeping up any kind of pace with us. Then we realized it couldn't be them. They would have already been rubbing it in our faces if they had landed a man on the moon. There's no fucking way this is from anyone on our planet. And that's when the rest of the pictures started coming in. The suit kept getting closer and closer to the capsule, maintaining the same stance the whole time. It just kind of floated over to it. Then you could see into the visor and the helmet. Where there should have been someone's face, there was just pure fire. Pure, bright flame. Then the picture stopped. Nothing else came from Ranger 4. She finishes off her first glass of wine. Half gallon. It's kind of hard to tell from the size of the glass. She immediately empties the rest of the bottle into it. I'll give the higher-ups of NASA credit, though. Crazy bastards didn't let seeing a flaming cosmonaut stop them from going ahead with their plans. We chugged away at it and sending more and more missions to orbit the Earth, do flybys of the Moon, Mars, Jupiter, anything we can get near. We saw a few oddities here and there as we went, but things stayed mostly silent for those few years. Maybe we just didn't notice because we were so focused on the mission at hand. Then it finally happened in 69, as you well know. We got to the moon. Beat the Russians there after all. There was that big televised bit with Neil and Buzz taking the steps to the surface and everything. I really hated those suits they had on. Didn't get to accentuate Buzz's best features for sure. That man had the best ass in the entire galaxy. This is one of 5 tangents about Buzz Aldrin's physical features throughout the day. I've edited these out for sake of mine and your sanity. You ever consider that we landed someone on the moon, sent missions to land again and again and again for the next 3 years, then just quit cold turkey and never went back? What do you think that is? Hey, I thought you wanted to hear all this. At this point in time, she threw the remote or the television at me. I had retreated to my mental safe space during the Buzz Aldrin diatribe. Well, we did go back. A few times. It wasn't for the scientific research we did the last 3 years. No. This was for anthropological purposes. We found things on the moon. We weren't the first beings there. No. We started finding small signs with the Apollo 14 mission. Little remnants of previous visitors. First thing they found were symbols carved into crater walls. Nothing that we could translate, of course. Nobody knew what the hell they meant, but we knew they weren't naturally occurring. That much was obvious. So they took pictures of all the ones they found. Pretty sure they're still working on it this day. They'll probably crack the Zodiac cipher before that damn thing. Apollo 17 was when they needed to carry this one on privately. That's the last manned moon mission that happened back in 72. For all the world knows, we ain't been back since. And that's the way they want to keep it. Apollo 17 found way more than anyone previously had. They found full-on structures. Altars of worship is what it looked like. I can't even describe the images transmitted back. The way these things were built, it wasn't natural. There's no way structures built that way should be allowed to stand. It was like the ghost of Lovecraft possessed Escher and made him design some fucked up church. We advised them not to go inside. We would send another mission up there with some better training and equipment to document all this. And that's where Apollo 18 to 22 came in. Before they left, though, they photographed the structure from every angle. We didn't notice until the end that it appeared absolutely identical, no matter what angle it was viewed from. 100% symmetry. Everything aligned perfectly, no matter how insane it was built up. Graham finishes the second glass of wine, leaning back in her chair. Well, I believe that's enough wine for 1 hour. Time for a good nap. All that talk of Buzz got me thinking about the old days. I turned off the recorder and ran from the room. I could still hear Graham cackling from downstairs. April 6th, 2020. I'm going stir crazy. Graham seems to get stronger every day somehow. It's like she's stealing my youth and thriving in isolation. This may end up being a record of me going insane with her stories mixed in. Let's go sit down on the porch. It's a nice day out. I'm tired of being cooped up in there. I concede I could use some fresh air, but make her promise not to go near the neighbors or anyone walking by on the street. She gives me an all too entirely sarcastic scout salute and swears she won't. All right. That's better. Feel my battery recharging already. Now, the moon church was what I was telling you about yesterday, right? That was some crazy shit. Now, Apollo 17 found this crazy structure that was built perfectly. Strangest architecture I'd have ever seen. It made no goddamn sense to anyone how it remained standing after all this time. So we trained some other crews to go up after, and look into it further. Specifically, we got a few people trained that had degrees in anthropology and ancient cultures. Maybe we could find some links between this and things that have been found on Earth. Well, naturally, nothing is ever that easy. They head up there in 73, land smack next to the structure they found the previous mission, and get to it. By this point, technology has thankfully improved, so we have cameras in their helmets that allow us to see everything they see. They were in color, too. Thank God. I asked her how they had this kind of tech in 73 when a lot of things were still incredibly basic with video, especially transmitted over that vast distance. You really think the stuff you saw from that time was the most advanced technology being used by the government? Don't underestimate the amount of money the American government will throw at something they feel is a threat. The camera and equipment we had on those missions are on par with that little video camera your mama gave me for a Christmas present last year. She's talking about the GoPro she got a few years back. It records in 4K. What the fuck? Now she's laughing at me again. Like I said, don't underestimate the government spending. Anyway, Apollo 18 was a three-man crew. Jason Voss, Ben Codd, and Arthur Wayne. Wasn't too happy about Arthur going up there. We spent a few months together while he was training at Cape Canaveral. God, if he could do half the things he could do in our gravity up there. If only I could edit my memory the same way I do this transcription. Ugh. So they got back to work. Jason stayed in orbit around the moon, making sure everything on the ship was fine. Arthur and Ben went down to the surface and set up base camp. There was the structure. Not even 100 feet away was their little landing pod set up with everything in it. They were equipped for 3 days on the moon. First day goes off fine. Just walking around the thing, taking measurements and samples. They determined that most of the structure is made from an unknown element. To this day, I don't think they've found out what it is. So, end of day 1, and they go back to the base camp. Now, we had a couple of cameras set up in the pod so we could see everything going on, just in case there's any issues technically, or God forbid, something happens between them. Arthur and Ben are both fast asleep. We've got feed playing in command just to monitor and keep an eye on everything, and then suddenly it glitches. Not a drawn-out one, though. Just a quick scramble. Then it's back. Arthur and Ben are still asleep. But now there's a figure standing in the airlock. It's like nothing I've ever seen. Long limbs. Big hands that almost look like bulldozers. And just rounded off at the nub right at the shoulders. I hit the intercom speaker for the capsule as fast as I could, screaming at them to wake up. Poor Ben fell straight out of his bunk and onto Arthur underneath him, belly to belly. Now, that's something I normally would have paid to see, but right now my heart was racing for the wrong reasons. So they both scramble up and look towards the airlock. That damn thing is still just standing there. I think it was looking at them. Arthur shouts at it, asking what the hell it wants. There's this low garble of noise that happens. Nothing discernible. It could have been interference for all we know, but by God, I saw Ben's face drain of all the color when it happened. Arthur went a bit slack, looking from Ben to the creature. Then, as fast as it showed up, it was gone. Poof. Right into, well, I guess you can't say thin air where it was. Ben sat down in Arthur's bunk and just cried. It took him a good hour to actually calm down. In the meantime, we had no idea what was happening. Finally, He chilled out enough for us to ask what happened. He said the thing had looked at him, no eyes or anything, but he knew it was looking at him. It said, "She was never meant to live." Now, this shook all of us. Almost a month before the mission, Ben and his wife suffered a miscarriage. She had been 6 months along. They were expecting a little baby girl. Then one day, the baby was just gone. No heartbeat, no activity. They didn't know what had happened. It tore Ben and his wife apart, though. They had a huge fight a week before liftoff because she didn't want him to go. Didn't want to lose another person she loved. I can't imagine what he felt when he heard that damn thing talk. Jesus. Chill, kitty. Cat going nuts. Sorry. They cut the mission short after that. Everyone was afraid what may happen to Ben's mental state if anything else happened. They packed up quick and got the hell out of there. Ben drank himself stupid afterwards. Ended up driving his car off the interstate going 150 around 3 in the morning. They barely got anything to bury. Graham wipes a stray tear from her eye. A man is jogging down the street with his dog coming closer to our house. Graham calls out a meeting to him. He walks up and begins talking, much to my displeasure. Graham is speaking animatedly and leans down to pet the dog. I remind her we're supposed to be distancing just to be safe. "Sorry, Jerry. My grandson here is a hard ass. I'll see you some other time." Anyway, that was the end of Apollo 18. Not a whole lot found. We were ready to try again. I was just grateful that Arthur made it back in one piece. We were actually engaged, way back in the day before he went back up on the 19 mission in 74. I was a bit surprised at this. As far as I was told, Graham had never married. And my grandfather had been killed in a car accident not long after she found out she was pregnant with my mother. We spent a lot of time together during that time. It was lovely. I miss that man. So, Arthur and Jason volunteered to go back on the 19 mission. I think Arthur was determined to get into that structure and see exactly what was going on with it. They had a new recruit along with him as well, Paul Orson. He was a former Green Beret during the Vietnam War. Tough son of a bitch, and not one for conversation. They didn't know what they would find, though, so they wanted someone with combat training to go up. Everything goes normal. It's old hat at this point. They land in the same spot for base camp. Arthur and Paul this time. They got there on day 1 and set everything up, and then just decided to rest up for a few hours and go straight in. Well, they didn't realize they needed to find a way in first. Apparently, in all this time researching the structure, everyone just assumed there'd be a door somewhere. No such luck. Every wall on the outside was smooth, no cracks or seams signaling a door. They searched every damn inch of that thing. Nothing to be found. Lo and behold, I'm watching in on Arthur's camera while he's walking around the structure. Even in low gravity, he had 2 left feet. He tripped and fell straight through the wall. We thought we had lost him for a minute. It looked like the camera had hit something and shorted out. And then he asks us if we're seeing it too. The interior of the structure was larger than the exterior. Way more room to move about. Lights hung in the air like stars, bathing everything around him in a soft glow. It's like its own miniature galaxy contained in that one building. Probably one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. Arthur backed out then, wanting to make sure he could travel freely in and out of the structure before he got trapped there. And it seemed to work fine. It was like there was a portal, a thin veil where it looked like a wall, but wasn't. He grabbed Paul and showed him what he had found. Don't think he was too impressed. More like he was ready to shoot it if he could have found a gun. Exploring further, they found a small spiral slope, almost like a ramp that went downward from the main chamber. They followed it for probably an hour before it got anywhere, seeing more of those strange symbols all over the walls on the way down. When they get to the bottom, there was some kind of church. No idea what they worshipped or who, but there was an altar right there against the far wall. A statue rose up in a recess behind it. It looked to me like an elongated pyramid of sorts. I'm not really sure how to describe the geometry of it. There were angles that merged with smaller angles, curves where lines were... It was like my brain was trying to comprehend it through the camera feed, but just jumbled everything instead. That was about the time we noticed the spots on the altar. We're not 100% sure to this day what it was, but we had a good enough guess. It was dried, had obviously been there for quite a long time, but it still had that rusty red color that only comes from dried blood. It was splashed all over the place up there, like someone had slit the jugular and waved all about up there. Had to be gallons spilled. And that was enough for the two men for that day. They headed back to base camp to make a record of what they found and go back to sleep. They were out for maybe 2 or 3 hours when it happened again. The camera glitched, just like last time, and that thing appeared. It wasn't in the airlock this time, though. It appeared right next to their damn bunks. We tried to warn them. It didn't seem to work. It was like our speakers were jammed. We could only watch in terror. The thing leaned over to Paul and said something in that garbled noise we heard last time. God knows what it was. And then it was gone. Nothing there. Paul got up and started putting on his suit to go outside then. I kept hitting the button trying to ask what the hell he was doing and got no response. Our line into the main capsule was dead. When he had the whole suit on, I tried the line going directly to his helmet. I said, "Paul, what the hell did that thing say to you?" You know what he told me? I shook my head in response. He looked straight into the capsule's camera before stepping out and said, "Finishing what they began." I still get chills thinking about that. It was one of the oddest things, one of the coldest things I've ever heard. By that time, Arthur had woken up and was getting his suit on as fast as he could. God, I begged him not to go after Paul, not to go into that damn church. Whatever was done in there before was bad, and it wasn't going to be anything good coming of it now. He was too good of a man, though. He got everything on and chased Paul out there. No idea how he moved so fast, but Paul was waiting down there for him already, standing right on the altar and holding an old combat knife. Arthur shouted at him, asking what the hell he thought he was doing. He didn't say a damn word. He just started lunging towards Arthur, brandishing that knife. I watched it. All of it. Each of their helmet cameras was on a different side of the big command screen. Our coordinator was shouting at me to tell him to get them to stop, but get their shit together. He wouldn't have done anything. That wasn't Paul in that suit anymore. There was a blind rage in his eyes. His breathing in the mic was like an animal that had been cornered. No, he wanted to kill, and he didn't care who saw. They went back and forth for a while, throwing each other all around that unholy place. Finally, Arthur managed to wrestle the knife away from Paul. He stood up, holding it out in front of him. There was tears in his voice when he was talking, telling Paul to stay away, telling him they could go back home and have a drink, act like none of this never happened. It didn't matter. Paul rushed, and Arthur had no choice. He ducked down and thrust the knife upward. The camera in Paul's suit was splattered with red as he depressurized in seconds. Arthur screamed, looking at that altar, and throwing the knife at it. He just lay there for a while, sobbing and shouting curses. He was alone up there. Grant's cracked. I've tried to translate the next part as best I can, but some parts were difficult to make out. Arthur started pulling Paul's body back towards the exit with him. Even if he had tried to kill him, he wasn't going to leave him there, all alone on a rock. He got to the top and tried to go through the wall back, but was suddenly solid. No give. He tried the other walls, trying to make sure he wasn't using the wrong one in his emotional state. Nothing. Still no way out. He collapsed against the wall, taking in deep, shallow breaths. His oxygen tank had only about 10 minutes left by his count. Suits weren't designed for long outings back then. I hit the button to talk to him and tried to soothe him. He was almost hysterical, but I like to think hearing me helped him go quietly. I still remember seeing his face on that helmet camera, my last words to him. The little smile that he got right before he passed. He got to know that even though he was dying up there, on a mission completely off the books, there would be part of him still living here right on Earth. Graham wiped the tears away from her eyes. She had been openly sobbing, obviously reliving something painful. I put my hand out for her to take. The last 3 missions they sent up there served 2 purposes. They were recovery missions to get those bodies back home and give them a proper burial, and a demolition mission. They couldn't get back through the wall into the chamber the normal way, so they tried drilling through. There was no chamber, though, just solid rock, no matter how far they drilled into it. So they gave up after that. The next 2 missions brought explosives and detonated them around the structure, destroying it. We haven't gone back to the moon since then. Not after that loss. Even if we had, I wouldn't have worked the mission. I would have absolutely refused. I told them I wasn't taking on any more crewed landings after that. They would have to find another communications head. She stared at me for a moment before looking back out towards the sky. The moon was already hanging there, right at the cusp of night. She let out a long sigh. Some nights, I look out to the moon and like to think he's still out there watching over me, watching over us. He would be so proud that I'm finally telling someone this. He'd always talked about having a family and grandchildren one day. I think he's up there right now giving that sly grin he always had. I'm sure he's proud of you, wherever he is. Graham looked for a moment more as I sat there stunned. Then she got up, gave me a hug, and went back inside to get ready for bed. April 7th, 2020. I'm going to try to give Graham some space today. She seems a little bit out of it after last night. She stayed up watching the pink moon, said she felt better after seeing it, like Arthur was at peace up there. April 8th, 2020. She's back to her normal self. Well, look who's finally up. Thought I was going to have to draw a pentagram on the floor and summon you down here. Grab me that loaf of bread off the table. I never wanted a grilled cheese this bad before in my life. All right, let's see. Did I tell you about Skylab yet? God, that was a clusterfuck if I ever saw one. They want you to think it just decayed out of orbit. But they knew what they were doing. They made sure that son of a bitch went down in flames. She settles in with her sandwich and another glass of wine. I don't know where they come from. I only saw one bottle on the counter when I got here, and I don't remember getting any with the grocery. I swear, she's some sort of witch. Well, look. Okay, that's where I'm at. Lost my spot. Whoops. All right. Moving. There we go. Back to it. All right. So we had about 4 crews up there that did different experiments and such. We had your normal run-of-the-mill stuff, working on plants and small animals, zero gravity, blah, blah, blah. When the final crew came, I about marched my ass down to the science department and smacked the shit out of every one of them when I saw what they brought with them up there. It was a goddamn block. Not just a block, though. It was a piece of debris from the temple on the moon. They were still trying to figure out what the hell it was made of after all this fucking time. So they're up there, poking and prodding at it, trying to heat it and see how it reacts. These idiots don't have a damn clue what they're doing. They leave it in the lab one day after they're done, and the next thing you know, it starts growing right in front of us. It's just expanding, growing outward and inward, taking over the entire compartment in Skylab. We don't understand how it's been in storage for so long and now just starts doing this. Maybe it was the proximity to the moon or something. Maybe whatever they were doing to it. I don't know. That thing took over half the station by the time 24 hours had passed, though. Graham gestates wildly, stretching her arms to show some measure about what happened. So this thing is turning the station into a new version of the temple moon. There's protrusions coming from it, odd angles sloping off here and there. It looks demented. They thankfully hightailed it out of there on the main shuttle right after it happened. The structure just kept taking over more and more as it went. The cameras inside were still giving off feed. That's the weird part. No matter how much this thing took over and reshaped all the metal and tubing of the station, the cameras kept going. We saw the small galaxy form right there in the lab. The crew quarters ebbed and changed, stretching until they resembled a hall of worship, that damned altar appearing at the end. The very same one. That was what sealed the deal for the superior officers. Skylab was obviously a lost cause. We didn't know how long this thing would keep growing out there, or where it would latch onto next, so they started on working on sending a probe up there carrying a payload. They were going to knock it straight out of orbit, either let it drift off into deep space or burn in the atmosphere. The whole time they were doing this, we were watching the cameras. I saw things on there, things that weren't meant for the human eye to see. On occasion, the feed would blink and the altar room would be filled with writhing mass creatures that looked like the same one that appeared on the moon. They would be feeling, swirling around one another in a throng. It was like some worship ritual or something. I don't know. Just as soon as it started, it would blink right back out. There were other creatures, masses of darkness, tendrils of light stretching from them. They didn't seem right for the space they were in, like they were somehow larger than the station, yet microscopic. They devoured one another with no care. It was its own contained environment up there. Finally, the payload was ready and sent up. We watched the feed as it hit, blowing a hole in the lab before knocking it into a decaying orbit. The worship started again, more frenzied this time. They were excited to be going to Earth. A crew was dispatched to clean up any wreckage that could be found. I'm not entirely sure what they did with it, but I hope it's buried as far as it can be. She finishes off the glass of wine she had, getting up and hobbling towards the sink. She started the water and began to wash the dishes. From then on, I think we made it a point to make sure all the testing and such was done in a more controlled environment. They started sending out more probes, too. Voyager was launched a few years later. We wanted to see what was beyond our little space in the galaxy. There's a lot, that's for sure. I remember when they told us Voyager had reached the edge of our solar system. We couldn't believe something had gotten that far. We looked in at some of the pictures they had taken along the way. There were the usual things that inspired awe. The stars, planets up close, far off comets and asteroids. Then there was the follower. She shuts off the sink and comes to sit back down. Creepy little shit that thing was. Looked like a human male, honestly. Kind of tall, scrawny. He was naked, head to toe, not wearing a goddamn thing. She notices my look. Before you ask, no, it didn't have a dick. It just followed the Voyager like a lost little puppy for a while, poking and prodding it occasionally. We got plenty of close-up pictures of it, saw right into its eyes. The close-ups were what made us realize it didn't have eyes like a human. Instead, it had stars. They burned hot, almost causing a flare in the pictures. There was one where it opened its mouth and you could see a void like a black hole, singularity and all. She shakes her head, letting out a little shudder. The weirdest thing was the message it transmitted. Perfect English. Sent it through the Voyager's onboard microphone as a microwave signal. When it came through and translated, it said, "So nice to meet you. I'm a bit early, but I'll be seeing your planet soon enough." That wasn't even the scariest thing Voyager picked up, though. Right before I retired in '99, it started sending back a message. It took forever to decode it because everything was so scrambled. After all that time, it was still a mess. Some language we didn't understand and a cipher to go with it. It was like someone had done a rushed job translating. What did it say? Turn back before it notices you too. Graham said she wants to go get some air. I noticed she's taking more time than usual to move, like it's hurting her. I ask if she's okay. "These old bones are better than you'll ever be. Now I'm going for a walk. We'll finish this up tomorrow." Evening of April 9th, 2020. Graham asked to sit on the porch and watch the moon tonight. Says this is the last of her stories. "Can't believe I've been retired for 22 years. For 20 years now. Seems crazy at this point, leaving the job, helping raise you kids. It was worth it, though. You turned out okay." She gives a little chuckle here. Now, there's two more things that happened right before I quit. One is a direct result of the other. Care to hear? I nodded. So in 97, we put the very first rover on Mars. We started it looking to see if it would support life up there, trying to expand out beyond our own planet. Hell, it's already too crowded here. Has been since man first walked. Best thing about all this social distancing is I have an excuse to tell people to fuck off. Pathfinder was something different, though. Ugly little contraption. You wouldn't think it could get 10 feet, much less a barren planet full of dust and rocks, but damn, that little thing moved. It was zipping here and there across the land, taking pictures and videos, scooping up samples and analyzing it then and there. Wonder of science. So we're looking at all these pictures being sent back, amazed at everything we're seeing. There's huge sand dunes, cliffs. This place is like a giant desert, but it's beautiful. That was when the first storm moved in. Storms up there aren't like ours. There's no rain, just wind and lightning. The wind stirs up the sand and makes it hard to see, blocks out most of the light, so Pathfinder's up there and sand and dust swirling around, and a flash of lightning, you see this towering figure. It was thin, incredibly tall. Everything about it was disproportionate, though. It wasn't until this next flash of lightning that we connected it. It was another of those damned things from the moon. The ones that appeared when Skylab turned. This one was so much bigger, though. At least 10 times the size of the first one we saw. When this one spoke, we all heard it. It wasn't some garbled mess of noise this time. It was plain as day. After it happened, we realized we hadn't heard it out loud, though, but in our own minds, each one hearing the same thing. The temple will live on. We ruled and shall rule again, worshipping amongst the stars. Then it was gone again, along with the storm. Never saw one as large as that again. Haven't seen any of them since, actually. Pathfinder didn't have any other encounters up there the entire time, and as far as I've heard from the folks that are still working, they haven't found anything else out of the ordinary. NASA made it a point to contact the other countries and tell them about the temple at that point. Naturally, the Russians already knew about it, the bastards. Turned out, they gone up to the moon at some point and found the ruins of the temple up there. Took some of it back with them and ended up having it lose all kinds of control back in 86. A lot of lives lost up there because they didn't know what the fuck they were fucking around with. They were experimenting with it in some underground lab when it went out of control. But of course, what's their first reaction when a fucking space temple and those damn things show up in their backyard? They nuke this thing straight to hell, killing a ton of their own citizens and covering it up as some reactor meltdown. The footage they showed us, I'll never forget it. Those bastards didn't even nuke it right away. That's why there was so much fallout. They let it go for at least a week, absorbing everything and recording what happened. There were people inside that altar room when the worship session broke out. Those poor souls deserved so much more mercy than anyone could give them. After that, we all agreed our first priority was protecting the Earth from whatever this was, not allowing any of that back down here. That was the first time they started on the space station. Now, I don't know much of what they've been doing up to recently with it since it being launched just when I retired. They built it to keep a better eye on things out there in orbit, though, where they could conduct experiments and run countermeasures right there without anyone here on Earth being any wiser. Smart move, I think. I know now, long before I left, they had a satellite that found a chain of bodies again. The same ones that took the first manned crew up there. We could hear the whispers being transmitted back. I still wake up some nights hearing those whispers. What did they say? Come with us. Be sacrifices. Float eternal as a living altar to them. Them? Beats the hell out of me. Maybe it was that big thing they saw in the photos. Maybe that's what the temple was built to worship. Or whatever we were warned about by the follower. There's so many things we still don't know about what's out there. Probably things we will never know. It's all just lost in the vastness of space, never meant to be understood. We're still here, though. That's something. So they've been keeping us safe until now. Maybe it's something else, though, watching over us. The moon was out in full on the horizon now, shining bright as it rose further. Graham got up and walked out into the moonlight, looking upward. I know you're there, Arthur. I know you're watching over all of us. You stayed up there because you were a stubborn old bastard, thinking you had to do everything to keep people from seeing what you saw. I felt you the other night, though. That full moon, you were there. We're going to dance in the moonlight together again, real soon. I love you. Graham tells me she's going to stay out there for a while. I'm going to go up and start transcribing all of this, maybe get some actual relaxation in. I'm tired of being stuck in this damn house. Graham was dancing around in the moonlight as I walked back inside, humming Fly Me to the Moon to herself as she did. April 10, 2020. Graham passed away early this morning. I walked into the kitchen for a drink and noticed the front door was still cracked open. This wasn't normal for 2 in the morning, so I walked out to check. Graham was sitting in her rocking chair on the porch, drenched in bright moonlight. She had a smile on her face. She died peacefully in her sleep, carried off into the moonlight by the one she loved. And that was the end of that one. Definitely a very good story. I definitely enjoyed it. I, again, would like to thank Googly Eyes 93 for giving me permission to do reading several of his stories. I am very grateful. So thank you again very, very much, Googly Eyes, as well as Casey We're Alien. You guys have some amazing stories, and I am so thankful that you've given me permission to read these. I intend to continue doing these readings twice a week from going forward. It'll be on Wednesdays and Sunday nights, 9 p.m. Pacific, and that is equivalent to 12 a.m. Eastern. I think I'll read at least one more story, maybe another. We'll see how I'm feeling. But give me a moment. I'm going to drink some water, and then we'll get started on another story. Also, if you guys have any suggestions on what can be done to maybe improve this, keeping in mind I want to kind of keep this format of live reading. One of my ideas is going to be sometime in the future, I'm going to get one of those button deck things where I can add sound effects, and that might make things a little bit more enjoyable. I'm not sure about doing music. And there's a good chance I may actually start cutting these videos, these streams that is, into shorter videos for everybody to enjoy the individual stories. And as I figure out the software necessary, I will be doing flat out individual stories. That way, can add a lot more to it with the sound effects and maybe some music in the background and images. So, but if you do have any ideas of what we can do to improve, what I can do to improve the live streams, please feel free to put it in the comments. You can also email me. I should probably add that in. But the email address is toofarbeyond5150 at Gmail. I'll go ahead and put it in here in the chat. Also, for any authors who may have stories they would like me to read, I am interested in reading any story you have. So if you feel you want a specific one read, please let me know. So, let's see here. Let's look at what I got going. I think I'm going to... Let's see, what do we got? I'm trying to find a good one. Okay, actually, I have one that I need to do because I added him in. This is going to be from Tormentalist, titled "Something Accidentally Let Itself Get Caught on Film. Now
I'm paying the price for noticing. So, in just a moment, I'm going to have a little bit more to drink, and then we'll get started with this story. Thank you all very, very much for watching and being here in the stream. I know it's not a lot of people right now, but it does mean a lot to me that anybody is interested in the stories, and I thank you very much for the compliments. I just love doing this. I find it very enjoyable and relaxing, and so I intend to do this every week, twice a week, Wednesdays and Sundays. So if you would like, I would greatly appreciate maybe letting friends know and spreading the channel around. I would love that. I also have a Discord I will start adding into the descriptions in the future. So thank you all for being here and listening. Yes, it is 2:02 a.m. here for me as well. I have another hour before I have to officially get off. So this will actually be the longest stream, and it looks like out of... I'm looking over this real quick. Report. Okay. Out of the 4 hours, 56 minutes, and I have only lost 0.01% drop frames. So this has literally been the best stream so far. And so I am thrilled with that. Hopefully here in the next month or so, I will be able to have better quality streaming going as well. Maybe add video with it. Unfortunately, my limitation is due to my current network provider. However, it appears we might very soon be able to have the new provider, which will be 5 times the network speed. So that'll be awesome. So I'm looking very forward to doing that. Maybe setting it up with a green screen background so I can put like an actual campfire video GIF in the background as I read these stories, which I think might be kind of fun to do. So, all right, so let's get started with this story. Again, this is titled Something Accidentally Let Itself Go. Let itself get caught on film. Now I'm paying the price for noticing. This was written by Tormentalist from the No Sleep on Reddit. Ever noticed something that should have been obvious from day one? Oh, sorry, one sec here. Yes, hang on, Misery. I don't know if I have set you up with the permissions to do that, so give me 1 second here, and I'll see if I can't get that done. Okay. There we go. Discord. Okay, and if you're on my channel right now, I should be updating this right now. So that way you can go ahead and, whoops, that's not what I wanted, send Discord invites in the future. Son of a biscuit. That's not what I wanted. There he goes. Members. And Misery. There we go. Yep. I haven't added you to my list with the permissions, so I'm adding that in right now. 1 moment. Anything anybody else want to point out or bring up while I'm taking this short break and getting this set up? Please feel free. I am paying attention to chat. I know I can't exactly respond in chat every time while I'm reading, because it's kind of hard to read two sources at the same time. But, yeah. Let's see. Come on. I don't know why it's not adding the permissions. Or it's taking forever to do so. April, why don't you hop into my actual server, and that way I can load them up faster. For some reason, when no one's actually in the channel, it doesn't seem to work. If you could do that real quick for me. Just say something in the main chat. Quick, it's the general chat. And then I'll update your permissions. That way you can share the Discord. Alright, well, as soon as I see the any message, I will update that then. Make sure. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to move on to the story for the moment, and I may pause it as I follow up on the other stuff. Okay. Ever notice something that should have been obvious from day one? The rotten bruise on a piece of fruit you just brought. A scratch or ding on a used car that looked spotless in the lot. The immediate red flags that should have told you a relationship was bad news. I found that the point in which you're most contented is when you should be the most worried. Arousal deafens you. Endorphins cloud your judgment. Adrenaline gives you tunnel vision. I grew up in the 1980s, the era of unchecked consumerism. Happiness was getting the latest Ninja Turtle action figure. Unboxing a game console was ecstasy. Alrighty. Now I'm updating this information. One moment. I'll get back to the story. Alright. Alright, you should have permissions to go ahead and share it now. Let me know if you have any difficult issues. Alright, back to the story. That temporary state of nirvana probably explains why nobody noticed the dog. It was my birthday. Everyone I knew was there, and as a child, that felt as if my entire world, small as it was, had stopped just to watch me blow out the candles and open the presents. My parents took photos of everything. The cake, me with a slice of cake, the other kids with their slices of cake, and so on. That year, they had ordered said cake in the shape of He-Man's head. I was jazzed then, but looking at the photo now, the diced up pieces of grinning face seemed unintentionally morbid. I was looking through those pictures in the middle of last year. One of my childhood friends, PJ, had passed away. Car crash. I wanted to remind myself what he'd looked like before we had randomly parted ways for no real reason. The funny thing is, I never even knew what PJ stood for back then. I just accepted the name immediately and never asked. The dog looked frightened. It sat there, tail between its legs, positioned beyond the sliding glass door in the background of the group shot. The partygoers, myself included, smiled for the camera as the flash lit up the animal's eyes outside. I could barely make out what the dog looked like, since that night had apparently been pitch black as pitch. I'm getting my dyslexia up again. Must be getting tired. All I saw were two bluish-green lights of its eyes, a curve of its body and tail, and a snout that almost seemed to end in a dramatic frown. The sight disturbed me at first, some dark, random beast lurking in the periphery of an old, creased photograph. However, reason stated, it was just some lone stray that responded to the sound of children laughing and playing. Hell, it could have been a neighbor's pet trying to figure out which house it belonged in. I felt sad by the time I put the photo back in the old shoebox it had spent decades in. We hadn't noticed the poor thing. Who knows how long it waited by that door, only to be scared off by a camera flash. PJ's funeral was out of state, so I couldn't find time to get out there and attend. I don't think anyone would have known who I was. He and I probably wouldn't even have recognized each other if we met on the street. In fact, maybe we had. Who knows? I found a couple more photos of interests in the box. One of PJ and myself using super soakers pretend we were Ghostbusters, and another of a Cub Scout troop we had both been a part of. I set them aside as the phone rang. Hello? No answer. I repeated the greeting 2 more times. Can't hear you. Might need to call back, I said quickly before hanging up. In that moment, between taking the phone away from my ear and pressing the button to end the call, I heard what might have been a response. It might have sounded like a high-pitched whine, like a dog. My mind only registered it after my thumb reflexively pressed down. Beep. The sound put me off right away. That wasn't a coincidence I could ignore. I waited several minutes for the phone to ring again. My brain told me it was just the sound of someone's phone dying, while the deepening cold void in my stomach tried to convince me of more irrational things. No call. Just a broad quiet that, in and of itself, became more eerie the longer I waited. I told Alexa to play AC/DC, the complete opposite of silence. Going back to the nearly bare drawing table I'd used to search through the photos, I let out a tense sigh and instantly felt better. The Ghost Soakers, that's what PJ and I had called ourselves on that hot summer day. We ran around the yard in our bathing suits and shooting water at nothing and screaming incorrect lines from the movies. My mom had to stop herself from giggling in order to slap this image. I don't know if she was laughing at us or with us. It took a short time to notice the dog. Cowering behind a tree, almost cut off in the left side of the image, it sat looking toward the camera once again. This time, the pronounced frown was gone, replaced with what I can only describe as a flat expression. I gasped. I've never gasped before, at least not to my recollection.
I had only ever seen people gasp in comments and cartoons. I dropped the picture back down onto the table and physically pulled back from it. Within seconds, I grabbed the second photo and began to frantically study it. There was my Cub Scout group, mostly kids I actually never knew, seated together at a wooden picnic table. The picture was taken by our den mother while we visited White Leaf Park to earn our insect study badges. I don't even remember what child was hers. I let myself relax again as my eyes swept across the scene, and I found nothing out of place. Just smiling faces, spotless uniforms, and half-eaten snacks scattered all over the table. I was playing a real-life hidden object game, and I was happy to lose. Then, I realized I shouldn't be looking for a dog. I should be looking for those blue-green dots, the eyes reflecting in the camera light. The table. Underneath it, between a crisscross web of legs and walking sticks, in the dark shadows beneath us, I found the lights. I couldn't see the dog itself, just those eyes and pearly white grin of a slight grin. Before I thought about the absurdity of what I was about to do, I was dumping the entire shoebox out onto my bed. I spread all the photos out, flipping each one face up. Holding the lamp for my nightstand in one hand, I peered into each image, frantically searching for the dog. Eventually, I sorted them into groups. Photos that include me, photos that only included other kids, photos of adults, photos of landscapes or objects that had no people visible at all. Landscapes and objects were ruled out quickly. They had very few spots for anything to hide, at the most depicted open areas or displayed vehicles. It wasn't until I eliminated the pictures of the adults that I realized what I had been doing. Saving the most likely candidates for last. I had planned to look at the other kids next, then finally myself. I knew, somewhere deep inside, I'd only find the dog in that last group. Sure enough, when night came and I was sorting. Excuse me. Sure enough, when night came and I was still sorting through it all, I discovered I was right. I held the lamp close to a photo of a school Christmas play. I stood on the stage, dressed in winter clothes and singing badly, while someone in an awkward Christmas tree costume danced around me. Dog peered menaciously around bunched-up stage curtain. Beneath the nearly white, glowing eyes, what had previously been a grin was now an oversized, impossible smile full of nothing but canine teeth. The dog's fur was black, featureless. Seeing it on a lit stage instead of hunched in darkness was somehow more disquieting. It didn't even appear to have individual strands of fur. Its dark body was simply the smooth, fabricated shape of a normal dog. The phone rang again. Maybe it had been ringing the entire time. Between the music and my hyper-focus, I couldn't tell you which is the case. I grabbed my phone and, without answering, checked the caller. Paul Jerome Thomas. It was PJ. Beyond all other obvious reasons that didn't make sense, he never even had that number. Looking back to the previous call, the whine, I found it had supposedly come from the same person. Needless to say, I didn't answer. I turned the ring off and slammed the phone into a drawer for good measure. In stark contrast to my previous reaction, I didn't throw the picture down or recoil from it. For whatever mindless reason, I clung to it, held it close to my chest as I moved through the house. I closed blinds, checked locks, searched closets. There was no reason to think I wasn't alone, but it seemed like a good idea nevertheless. I sat up all night, sleepless, staring at the Christmas photo, wondering why the dog was tormenting me. I questioned whether it had actually been there that day or if it was simply appearing to me now. I watched for it to move, but thankfully, it never did. Thus, I convinced myself that it would indeed move if I stopped watching. I woke up around noon, having no recollection of falling asleep or even feeling drowsy. I guess I should have made coffee or pounded some energy drinks. Realizing I had looked away from the photo, I checked it again. The dog was still there. So much for my paranoid theory. With a fresh mind and calmed nerves, I was able to make some sense of that photograph. Just a little, mind you. The Christmas tree that was dancing around me during that musical, that was PJ. The memory made something fall into place, and that would have to be enough, I supposed. It was never about me. It was about him. The dog appeared in every photo I had of PJ, and unless I missed something, never appeared in the others. Thought about how he had died. A car accident. I would bet anything that he swerved off the road to avoid hitting a dog with eyes lit by high beams, and maybe even an unrealistic grin. I took the pictures to PJ's grave. I didn't know what else to do with them. I considered making copies or even taking photos of the photos. But all that would do is create more copies of the dog. When I arrived at the cemetery, I wasn't sure how long it would take me to find the right plot. I didn't tell anyone I was visiting, and I wasn't even sure I'd make it all the way before turning back out of dread. That worry was forgotten when I saw a small, dark form in the distance, sitting beneath a specific headstone. It loped away and into the tree line before I could get close enough to actually fully see it. When I arrived at the spot, I found it had dug a hole. A hole just deep enough to bury a few photos. And that was the end of that one. I think that was a pretty nifty one. Wasn't overly. I think it works well to use your own psyche to kind of create a creepiness to it. I don't know. I thought it was a great story, in my opinion. So, yeah. Okay, let's see what else we got going here. What other stories?
Let's see. Maybe Casey has another story to pick from here. Let's look. I'm not sure. Maybe you have an idea if you're still around. I don't know if Casey's already left yet. But if Casey, you are still watching, do you happen to have any other stories that you would like me to read, or do you just want me to move on to another set of stories? Because I do have another list of stories here we can do. It's just, yeah. Figured I'd ask. You know, the audio delay, I think, is throwing me off a little bit. I'm not listening to it, but I'm noticing there's a difference in the response time from when I say something and when something is responded to. So, hopefully, I hope that there's another story to come up. Otherwise, I can just grab another one here. I do have another one from Googly Eyes here. But I did enjoy the ones you wrote, Casey. And if you have a story, I would love to read it. If you have another one you would like me to read. I'm trying to see what we got here. Looks like this one, Seeing. Short. Yes, I was asking you, Casey. Would you like me to read another one of your stories, or would you prefer me to find a different one? And if you want me to read another one of your stories, do you have a suggestion? Okay, so we'll go with Seeing then, I think. All right. If it's a nice, weird one, that's always good. Okay, here we go. So, another story by Casey. And this one is titled Seeing. I have a gift. More so an ability I never asked for. It's been this way since I was a child. We're not sure if it's genetic or a condition of my birth. I speak to, hear, and see the dead. I can also see how people are going to die and can dream of things that no one should know. You would think something like this would bring closure, allow you to say goodbye, confront your emotions in ways most people never get to experience. But that's nothing I experience. I've had to hide my abilities because this misconception that everyone that sees must be crazy. We must have schizoaffective disorder. But that's not it. I lost my spot. Okay, there it is. But that's not it. People like me, we don't hallucinate. We don't imagine this. And it's not a defect in the chemicals of our brain. But it isn't uncommon for us to have depression or anxiety. I mean, I was mentally sound enough that the military took me. You never know when you're going to wake up to a dead uncle. One who as a child you were told committed suicide, and then you learn that maybe your aunt's frivolous spending
wasn't just a product of her mourning, but a motivation. When your high school friend supposedly died of a staph infection, but you can see the track marks as he sobs in front of you. When you look at your best friend and instead of her face, you see the bruises and where he's going to slit her throat. When you see in the news that a woman has gone missing, but her bloated form is sitting next to you whispering where her husband threw her in the river. When you look at your shipmates and you see burns, protruding bones, and a glimpse of a future they've accepted but dread. And you can't stop it. There's no turning off what I can see. There's no preventing it. I've tried. I've even gone as far as to take spark plug wires out of friends' cars I knew would drive drunk. But that didn't stop their girlfriend from handing them her keys. I've warned, pleaded, and even if I take away one mode of their death, it's like the universe always has a backup plan. I could no longer take it. As I was getting ready to go tonight, I looked in the mirror. Those who I had loved and gone before surrounded me. As I touched my face, fingers passed through the shards of glass and metal. My hair, bloodied and matted, and I could see the emblem of my steering wheel pressed deep into my forehead. Looking to my husband, I could see where his rib cage was crushed by the dash, his forehead cracked, his eyes blank. Then he spoke excitedly about our weekend plans. I've never been wrong. Never. I refuse with every fiber of my existence to be the reason the world loses him. He was driving for our date, so I wasn't too concerned. I knew it would be me when it happened. And me driving when it happened. He couldn't understand why I cried over our dinner, and I played it off as being emotional and PMSing. I love him far too much to tell him what I saw, even though he knows about my abilities and accepts them. Tonight, after he falls asleep, I'm going to the river. I have years of sleep aids that various doctors have prescribed me. I plan to take them all and slip into the water. I'm writing this because I know there are others like me, and because I'm sure people will question why I made my choices. But anytime someone's trying to warn you or tells you they have a bad feeling, please listen. I could never change anyone else's fate, but I'm taking mine in my hands. Maybe I never listened or tried hard enough, but you never know who is like me and who is trying to save you. I can hear my husband snoring. I never thought I would relish the sound. And I don't have much time. Please, heed my warning. Listen to your instincts. You never know what waits around the corner for you, or how much time you have left. Let's see. I think almost. Okay, got it. All right, Casey, I will be reading the next one. Almost, the one that you recommended. Alrighty. When I woke up, all I could see was the crack in the windshield and the smoke coming from where my engine compartment should have been. It was dark and cold. Touching the blood coming from my forehead, I quickly realized I was upside down. My senses were coming back to me as everything in my body started to ache. Moving my arms was like moving mountains. But I managed to get my seatbelt undone and crawled out of the driver's seat through my broken door window. I slowly crawled along the side of the car to the back seat when panic hit. There was blood, and the car seats were there, but my children weren't. The car seats were still buckled, but my children were gone. My panic rose as a million thoughts ran through my head. I don't remember the crash. I don't even remember where I was going or why. But if there was blood on the seats, my babies were with me. I used the wreckage to pull myself up, and I stumbled around what was left of my SUV looking for my children. It was dark, and the weeds were high. Had the ambulance already come and gone and just didn't find me? Had someone run us off the road and taken my babies? As the thoughts ran through my head, a bright white light flashed, and I hit the ground. I gathered myself. That crash must have caused a serious concussion. I saw a house off in the distance past some railroad tracks at Anna Field. Their light was on. They were my one hope. No matter what happened to my babies, no matter what happened, my babies weren't with me. They probably had a phone, and I could call for help and call my husband. I made my way across the field as quickly as I could. It seemed I couldn't even make it a few yards before another white flash dropped me to my knees. Was I having seizures? Is this what it was like to have a stroke? I couldn't stop to think for too long. I had to get to the house. Pushing through the grain, I reached the yard, and with every last bit of my energy, I started yelling for help. I made it halfway through the grass when the bigger flash hit. When I opened my eyes, there was an old man looking down at me. His eyes were a brilliant hue, and his skin looked delicate as tissue paper. He looked no younger than 90. Oh my. I had a feeling there was more of you. Let's get you inside, dear. I think I have found something of yours. Something of mine? I asked, as he gripped my arms, pulling me up. May had looked frail, but he had the strength of a man in his early 20s. He quickly helped me inside the old farmhouse. It was warm. There was a fire in an ancient-looking hearth, and it was decorated in a dated but cozy way. Sitting in the armchair was a woman who I assumed was his wife. At her feet, my son played with the hound dog. He looked up to me and smiled. Mama! Mama! It's almost like he's alive! Look! The dog groaned and wagged its tail as it rolled onto its back, looking for more attention. What do you mean, like he's alive? I barely finished my sentence when another white light hit me. When I opened my eyes this time, I was staring at a white ceiling. There was a massive white light, and I could feel a plastic mask on my face. Son of a bitch. You keep scaring us. We can't leave you two, babe. Megan's still here. She needs her mommy. I looked down. My husband was holding my hand, crying. I squeezed it and he started sobbing. You're back. Honey, you're home now. You're back with us. We won't lose you again.
Confused, I looked around the room. Monitors were beating off rhythmic, high-pitched tones. My daughter sat in a chair across from my bed along the wall. Her arm was in a sling, her forehead bandaged, and she was clinging to her brother's teddy bear. Almost like I am alive, I whispered. That was a good one. I like that one. That was a really good one. All right, I'm gonna find not too long, but hey, I like weird. It's all good. I like weird. That's the whole point, doing weird or creepy or disturbing, violent sometimes stories. With might be just people acting out of the ordinary or events that are unusual or creatures or aliens or weird anything, demons. Any one of those weird type stories I enjoy. It doesn't matter how short or how weird it is. In fact, there's one story I really want to read, but I can't get a hold of the author, which is driving me nuts. So, I like it, especially the ones where the person, the main character, the protagonist, starts to start losing their mind a bit. Things getting weirder and weirder, and the guy and whoever it is, the male, female, the person, the protagonist, is starting to kind of lose their mind, go crazy and panicked. I enjoy doing those. So, maybe in case you decide to write another story, maybe one where a guy is losing his mind for some reason, that would be awesome. All right, so I finished that story, closed that. Let's see how long this story is. Oof, that's a long one. But looks like only one part. Okay. Well, we can pull this one off, I think. Well, no, I don't think I can. Not in 30 minutes. Alright. I'll have to find another one. Because I got 30 minutes, and then we're going to end it for the evening. Yeah, I understand that. I like the that kind of a thing where, person is slowly losing grasp, whether it's of their own sanity or their emotional state, panic, fear, terror, or confusion. Just those stories where someone is kind of just spiraling out of control in one way or another. It just, I don't know why. Maybe I just enjoy going from a normal talking voice, conversation voice, to that panicked, freaked out, scared, angry, whatever it may be, confused mind. I find it enjoyable to do those. So, basically, every story so far that I've read that of yours, Casey, it's amazing. And again, I am very very, very grateful that you went ahead and let me read these. So I think I'm going to go ahead at some point and see about making my own individual videos of some of these stories. Oh, exactly. Yeah. When I do my writing, I kind of imagine it like it's a movie, and I'm just describing everything I'm seeing. So that's always, I find, the best way, because you get a lot more of the description, I think, than a generic story. I've seen some stories that just feel a little missing a little bit. And so far, none of the ones I've seen from you at all, or any of the authors that we've listened tonight, that I've read tonight, every one of them has had amazing stories. And again, I am very grateful that every one of these authors have allowed me to read these stories to you all. And now I am saying it because I thoroughly enjoy doing this. I very much enjoy reading these stories, and it's not that I'm trying to blow smoke up or anything. I very much enjoyed your stories. They are very good. They have that je ne sais quoi. Can't think of how to describe it. They're just that oomph. They're a little, that emotional twist in it that I very much enjoy. So, okay. So I found one. It's a multiple part one. But I think what I can do is just do as many parts as possible before we're out of time. So this one is another story by Googly Eyes 93, titled "I Am a Wildlife Ranger at America's Largest Blackwater Swamp. Now I'm trapped here." I've been working as a wildlife officer in the Okefenokee State Park since 2010. It's a pretty great job, if I'm being honest. I've always loved nature, and being from the area, the heat and the humidity never bothered me. There have been some strange things going on lately, though. The job doesn't involve a whole lot, mostly just patrolling the swamps and make sure nobody's hunting illegally, and keeping an eye out for possible fire hazards during the summer months. Really, it's just a peaceful place to be, assuming you keep plenty of bug spray on you at all times. I've been on the overnight shift for the last few weeks, while the regular officer is out on paternity leave. Before he left, told me he would probably see a few weird things that I would Before he left, he told me I would probably see a few weird things typical around the Florida-Georgia line. Methed out rednecks, kids sneaking off into the swamp to bang, and swamp lights. The first two were typical on the day shift, too, so I wasn't worried about it. The swamp lights threw me for a loop, though. The lights are an old superstition. Supposedly, it's spirits of lost souls that have died in the swamp trying to lure others to a watery death. There is a natural explanation for it, though. Methane and phosphorus gas from the swamp mixes and gives off a glow. It actually looks pretty cool after the first scare it gives you. Those aren't the scariest things that's been happening, though. I was out on one of my patrols a couple weeks ago in the big fan boat we use to get around areas where boardwalks haven't been built. And I noticed something huge floating in the water not far from me. I steered over that way and focused my flashlight on it. It was an alligator, Well, it used to be an alligator at one time. This one had been a monster, at least 15 feet long, and built like a truck. It looked something like that crawled out of Jurassic Park. It had been torn to shreds, gashes all along the length of its body, and the head was barely hanging on. "Hey, Captain," I said into my radio. "What's going on, Smith?" The captain answered back into the radio. And I just ruined that voice because I just found out the captain's female. Okay, we'll restart that part. That's the one hard part when you come across a story you haven't read yet and you pick a voice for something and then you realize, oops, wrong gender. All right. Where was it? Okay. "Hey, Captain," I said it into my radio. "What's going on, Smith?" The captain answered back into the radio. She was stationed back at the main office at the swamp entrance. We always kept at least 2 people on shift in case of any accidents or the rare wildlife attack. "I've got a dead gator out here in section 14, I said back. I picked a branch from nearby and started poking the corpse in the water, trying to flip it around to see if there was any other distinguishing marks. "Probably just one of the older ones out there. Nature will sort it out," Captain answered back. "Dead animals are nothing new in the swamp, especially with the amount of wildlife out here, but this was something I'd never seen before." "Negative, Cap. This alligator is a giant, and it's been ripped apart." "Ripped apart? By what?" She sounded surprised. Couldn't say I blamed her. "Beats the shit out of me," I said. I couldn't tell whether it had been torn apart by claws or teeth. The head had been ripped through, the skin stretched, and bones sticking out in jagged spikes. "I'm getting the hell out of here before it comes back, though." "You think one of the bears might have done it? Old Methuselah's been a bit more crotchety than usual lately." Methuselah was a black bear that had been tagged in the swamp in the late 80s. He was the oldest bear we had in record out here, and somewhat of a local celebrity. He mostly kept to himself, and seemed to get along with most other gators in the swamp, usually swimming alongside them most of the time. "No way Methuselah could have done this," I said back into the radio. "I'm heading back to the office." "No, head over to the cabin. If there's something big out there, I don't want you out in the open in the night. Head in and wait until it's light out. We'll come get you." Fuck! I hated the old cabins. We had a few spread out through the swamp because of how large it was. Mostly, they were used as ranger outposts now, but they started out as little hunting cabins in the early 1900s. They were small, and up on huge stilts to keep them out of the water, plus to make sure the black bears didn't wander into them and make a nice little home. I headed over to the nearest one, about 20-minute ride from the boat. In the boat. Damn it, I am really struggling tonight. Guess I'm getting tired. I headed over to the nearest one, about a 20-minute ride in the boat. The whole way over, I was going over what in the world could have torn that gator apart. Usually, they're pretty docile. There's plenty of food for them out here, so one wouldn't have had any reason to attack a bear for food, and a bear is the only thing out here big enough to have done that. The only ones out here are black bears anyway, and they're more likely to run than fight. I coasted up to the cabin and stopped the boat fan. pulling it toward the nearest stilt and tying it down. With the sound of the fan not overtaking my hearing, I started to notice how quiet it was. Usually, there were cicadas, frogs, crickets, and all kinds of other wildlife making noise all over the swamp. Now, I didn't even hear the usual owls in the trees. It was like everything had run away. Once everything was tied down, I grabbed onto the ladder and started to climb up into the cabin. I pushed open the small trap door and pulled myself into the cabin. It smelled like mildew and dirt, but at least it was a safe place to sleep, out of reach of any dangerous animals. I looked around the cabin until I finally found the generator in the corner. Luckily, we have someone come out to these once a month and replace all the gas and make sure nothing has chewed through the wiring. I would actually have a light and some air conditioning, so tonight wouldn't be too bad. That's when I realized the gas canister was mostly empty. They must have forgotten to hit this one last month. Shit. I still have a supply of batteries down in the boat, and we keep small lanterns around, but it wouldn't be nearly as good as having all the lights on the cabin. I looked out the window into the swamp. There was a brief light coming from about 50 feet away. It looked too bright to be one of the swamp lights. "Hey, Captain," I said in my radio. "You got someone coming out to me right now?" "You and the ones are the only ones out here tonight," she said back. "Ain't nobody coming out there till the sun comes up." More lights started to pop up near the first one. They were spaced out, but all just as bright. "There's lights out here, Captain. I think they're moving toward me." I tried to shake the shakiness in my voice. The lights were getting closer. "Just hang on. Try to get some sleep." The radio cut out with a high-pitched burst of static. "Shit! Cap! Cap! Can you hear me?" It was useless. The only thing coming through was a low buzz of static. I'm fucked. I looked at my watch. It was only 11:19 p.m. I had at least 8 hours before someone would be out here. The screams started a few minutes later. It sounded like a child. The screams when a kid falls and scrapes their knee and doesn't know what to do about it. They were anguished. They were coming from the direction of the lights. "Fuck this," I said to myself. "I'm not sticking around for this shit." I grabbed a lantern and a flare gun off the wall and pulled at the trap door to get onto the ladder. I practically jumped down to the boat and started to untie it from the stilts. I reached down to the engine to pull the cord. It was gone. The pull cord had been cut off. There was no way to get the fan going. I'm stuck here. The screams grew louder, and I turned to see the lights only a few feet away. I hightailed my ass up the ladder. I could hear something ripping at the boat behind me as it closed the trap door. I heard the splitter of one of the stilts and felt the cabin sway. I got my cell phone, and my signal comes and goes. I'm going to try to keep the updates going as I can. I've got every lamp in the cabin on, and I'm sitting in the corner far away from any of the windows as I can be. The screaming stopped, but I can see the glow of the lights coming in through one of the windows. If you're reading this, send help. According to the clock, the calendar we keep in the cabin. I've been here for 2 days. Not that I'd be able to tell, seeing as the sun hasn't come out this entire time. It's been dark here since I got here that night. The only light I've seen is from those goddamn swamp lights out there, and they've been coming and going as they please. I still don't know what they are, but I know there's something else out there with them. I've been trying to sleep since I've been here. Not like I have the ability to do much else. The boat is trashed. One of the stilts of the cabin is splintered, and I sure as hell can't swim out here. I was looking out of the window last night between the naps and saw something moving between the lights that were out. It was big. At least the size of an SUV. It was around the perimeter around the camp, walking on 4 legs. It wasn't a bear. I knew that. We didn't have any bears that size in the swamp. I hope, to whatever gods that are listening, that it isn't a gator. I can't get too good look at it with how it's weaving between the swamp lights, but I saw it knock over a tree on its way through. So here we are. 2 days, stuck in this shithole of a cabin, surrounded by floating lights that scream, and whatever biological nightmare shambling around out there. I know some people asked why I didn't call the captain using my cell. You really think I didn't try that? I just got a busy signal. I tried sending out texts and messages too, but they all just show red. I haven't gotten anything back. I really hope someone can tell the captain that I'm out here. If they ask, I'm in section 1418 cabin, out near Gator Bog. Holy shit! It hit me. If I'm near the Gator Bog, then there's a boardwalk not far from here, maybe a mile or two. That would lead me directly out of the swamp entrance and to the head office. I looked around the cabin and found the map that we keep in the entire swamp with all our trails and stations marked. Okay, I'm in section 14. The boardwalk is a mile and a half southwest of me, right over the Florida border. I'm going to have to try to sneak out of here, though. Maybe I can make a paddle for the boat. That way I don't have to swim. I looked around the cabin, taking inventory of what I have available. There are some battery packs, a set of radios, a flare gun, and the emergency rifle with 20 rounds of ammo, plus the lantern and a couple of flashlights with glow sticks as backup. I think there's a backup oar in the fan boat, but I'll need to check to be sure. The other thing I'll have to do is to distract the lights or whatever that thing is in there. I may need to use either a flare or a few rounds of ammo. I don't think the bullets will hurt the lights, though. Thought it over for a few minutes. This was going to take some trial and error before I go anywhere. I've seen what those things can do out there and what they can do to the cabin. So they could break me in half, no problem. I'll load up a flare and see what that does. I have 6 flares total, so one shouldn't be an issue. I loaded it up and stood at the window. Took aim at the nearest light. The flare shot off, the red light almost blinding me. Before it landed, I saw it pass through the light. The light changed. It had a face now, gaunt, with hollow black eyes. Sharp teeth showed from a twisted maw as if it was screaming in terror. I heard a roar of anger from it, and it shot toward the cabin, howling. I pulled the shutter, trying to close the windows before it got here, desperate that it would keep it out. It banged against the side of the cabin, and I could hear the claws scraping against the wood. At least I finally had an answer as their state. They were solid, so maybe bullets could hurt them. Okay. I think I'm ready. There's a small propane tank under the camp stove in the corner. I can rig that to a flare, throw it out there, and then shoot it as a distraction. Then I jump from the trap door, land in the boat, and row my way out of here. I'm gonna wait a while and observe. That swamp light I shot is still howling outside. And that's a sound I'm never gonna forget. It's like a small child screaming, but warped, as if being put through an echo and then drawn out. God, I hope it make it out of this hellhole. The radio suddenly let out a burst of static. I could hear a voice coming through. Carson! Carson! You out there? Holy shit! It was the captain! Cap, can you hear me? I'm here! I'm in the Section 14 cabin, I shouted back into it. The howling outside got louder, the clawing at the wall more furious. Carson, we searched the cabin. You weren't there. Where the hell are you? What does she mean? I've been here for 2 days. They had to have seen my boat down there. Look, we found your boat back near that torn up gator. Just stay where you are. We'll find you. Captain, I'm in the cabin. I haven't left the damn cabin. I shouted back. I was panicking now. If they couldn't find me, what hope did I have? I think leaving is my only hope. I need to get the hell out of here and at least get back to the main office. From there, I can at least plan a little more safe behind, at least, damn it, it's a little mistake there. From there, I can at least be a little more safe behind some cinder block walls instead of this old rickety cabin. I have to go through with my plan. I'm writing all of this into my cell phone and setting it up to go out automatically when I have signal again. If I don't make it, hopefully someone can read this and find my body. I still don't know what that giant creature is out there, but I assume it's what tore up that gator the other night. I'll try and update again if I can make it out of here. God, please let me make it out of here. Alrighty. And that was the end, at least of that part. I don't know if there is more to it. It doesn't appear to be at this moment. Just going to double check. Yeah, I'm not seeing any more to it right now. So, I think we're going to go ahead and call it a night. It was a nice 6-hour stream with almost no problems at all. I know there was someone had a little bit of difficulty this morning. Why did I say this morning? God, I must be getting tired. When we first started the stream. So, it could have been Yap, because I've been having my stream showing on my computer the entire time and had no buffering. So, yeah, that'll be great, Casey. Absolutely. Is that your username, the Xanth Muse? Well, anyway, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to end the stream for tonight. All right, perfect. I will make sure to add you as on a friends list as well. So yeah, we're gonna end it tonight. I want to thank everyone who has been watching and listening. I greatly appreciate all your support. And again, I want to thank Casey and Googly Eyes 93, as well as Delta 129, HeadOfSpectre, and Tormentalist, the authors that have allowed me to read their fantastic stories. So, again, thank you all for the wonderful evening. Hopefully, we'll see you guys on Sunday with the next stream. That will, again, start at 9 p.m. Pacific, 12 a.m. Eastern. And I hope I see you guys there, and even, hopefully, even more. That way we can all suffer at the asylum together. Anyway, I will see you all on Sunday. You have a wonderful evening. Get some rest. And you have a wonderful night. And I will end the stream there. Thank you again. All right, good night, everybody. We'll see you guys